Then will please come to order. Please stand for the prayer by Donna Kay for Legislative Chaplain. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, which will be led by Senator Bravo.
Too large. Humbly to you in prayer and seek your guidance. So, Father, we come now with a plea that is one of enormous weight and of life-shaking importance. Father, though we are surrounded by violence and pleas for justice, we hear your voice telling us what is required, as it is stated so profoundly in Micah 6:8. Lord, an internal perspective. My prayer then, Father, is that our focus never shifts from you, because you are eternal. You do not fade or change, and for that we are forever grateful. I pray this in my Savior Jesus' name. Amen.
Attendance will now be recorded by electronic roll call. Let's excuse Senator Hatatli. We have 29 present, 0 absent, 1 excused.
And what would we do, those of us who are married, without our supportive spouses? So I want to introduce today my sweet wife, Robin. Robin, if you... And there are many late meetings and so forth, many challenges. And what would we do, those of us who are married, without our supportive spouses? So I want to introduce today my sweet wife, Robin. Robin, if you...
Where do we send them? Okay, so I've been informed that the children, we're going to have to move the children from the front of that balcony. You guys are going to have to go up near the back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege, introduction of a few guests in the gallery.
Proceed.
Thank you, sir. First person I would like to recognize is Cindy Biggs, Congressman Andy Biggs' wife. Thank you. And so I want to give a shout out to him, very pro-life congressman, as is Andy Biggs. And then I'd like to have all my pro-life warriors stand, please. Yeah.
To the Senate.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege to introduce special guests also in the gallery.
Proceed.
If these fine folks who are pro-life and family friends, please rise when I say your name. Christina Curso, Ed Steele, Adrian Avery, Max and Finn Zook, Melanie and Ella Pritchard, Elizabeth and Michael Hayward, Margie and Julia Rousseau, Teresa and Anthony Barrita, Bien Medrano, Monica and Sophia Forthhofer, Michael and Blaze Jetty.
I'd like to welcome from District 26, the Brigade Catholic Electric Eagles. The Brigade Catholic Electric Eagles have been working to get their fellow students involved in STEM for over 10 years at Brigade Catholic High School. These young women and men design and build robots, CAD to life. Sent paper airplanes flying, were nominated for the Inspire Award and achieved the highest scores in the team's history. Today they are sharing the message of the importance of STEM education. They want people to know that STEM, robotics, and working as student techs give them lots of experience in problem solving, collaborating,
I rise to We have the 3rd and 4th grade classes from Grace Fellowship Academy in Buckeye. We have Mrs. Alt's 3rd grade class, Mrs. Condi's 4th grade class, and we also have their principal, Bailey Dickinson, with us, and Grant 12 areas of about 20 parents and grandparents accompanied them, and earlier this morning when I had them on the floor, they recited the preamble so beautifully and perfectly. So welcome to the Senate. God bless you all. Thank you.
Welcome.
Senator.
And I have 2 schools from my district in LD 29 that have sent their robotic teams down to showcase what they have learned. Trivium Preparatory High School Robotics Club has 2 teams here along with their mentors. Those teams are the Trivium Nightmares and the Trivium Night Lights. Are you up there? Or are you downstairs? I'm not quite sure where everyone ended up today with so many guests in the gallery. From Litchfield Park, we have the Beat Patrol robotics team. This team consists of middle and high school students, and many of its team members go on to study engineering in college, and the team participates in many community outreach activities each year in order to grow the number of teams in and around Litchfield Park. Introducing in Arizona. So there's a demonstration set up out on the lawn, and the members are invited to stop by when we break for lunch. So please welcome all of these teams here to the Senate today. Thank you.
Welcome. Senator Sundaration.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege, a recognition of Asian American Month.
Proceed.
Thank you. This is May 1st. May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Island. Introducing them on the House side, including from Pima County, our most recently appointed Pima County Supervisor, Sylvia Lee. And so we have a number of Asian American leaders across Arizona who are here present and being celebrated. In that vein and in their honor, I wanted to read the presidential proclamation that was issued yesterday by the White House, a proclamation on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month 2024. This month, we celebrate the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders from Native Hawaiian have newly arrived and those whose families have been here for generations. AA and NHPI heritage has long been a part of the history of our great country and a defining force in the soul of our nation. As artists and journalists, doctors and engineers, business and community leaders, and so much more, AA and NHPI peoples have shaped the very fabric of our nation and opened up new possibilities for all of us. I am proud that they serve at the highest levels of my administration, including Vice President Kamala Harris, Ambassador Catherine Tai, Acting Secretary of Labor, the 25th anniversary Islanders who work across government to advance equity, opportunity, and justice for AA and NHPI communities. I've always believed that diversity is our nation's greatest strength. That is why I launched the first ever national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for AA and NHPI communities. This strategy works to harness the full potential of these communities, from combating anti-Asian hate to making government services accessible in more languages. To ensure the legacies of AA and NHPI peoples are properly honored in the story of America, I signed historic the tradition Historic Site Act to establish a memorial honoring the 10,000 Japanese Americans who were unjustly incarcerated there during World War II. Throughout my time in office, the First Lady and I have hosted celebrations at the White House that highlight the incredible diversity of AA and NHPI communities, like Diwali and the first ever White House Lunar New Year celebration. This year, to ensure that the full diversity of AA and NHPI communities is seen and valued as new policies being made, we updated the federal government standards for collecting data on race and ethnicity for the first time in over 25 years. Meanwhile, we are creating new opportunities the Pacific Islander communities when we visited Maui in the wake of the devastating fires. The destruction upended so many lives, and yet the community showed up ready to help rebuild stronger than before.
sorry, I can't remember everything, so. It's a day that commemorates the historic struggles and gains made by workers and the labor movement observed in many countries today on May 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Mr. President, I rise for point of personal privilege to introduce the guest in the gallery.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please welcome David Rose from Lake Havasu City. He's another one who decided to complicate his life and run for Lake Havasu City School Board. Welcome to the Senate, sir.
Senator Birch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege to introduce guests in the gallery and in the overflow. And I think that my microphone has been cut short, but I'm going to make this work anyhow. First, we have a number of individuals who are here from Planned Parenthood or from the Planned Parenthood Advocates of Arizona who I want to introduce as a patient of abortion care in Arizona myself, and specifically as a patient of Planned Parenthood where I was given such superior care in such a difficult time in my fertility. I want to welcome Angela, Erica, Avon, Michelle, Andrea, Khadijah, Isabel, and from Reproductive Freedom for All, my very good friends Jody Liggett and Athena Salmon, and also supporters Anwar and Shan. And on a slightly different subject, today is National Interpreter Appreciation Day, and I have a constituent, Jennifer Wyman, who is an interpreter of sign language, but globalization has really made it very difficult to operate off of just one or two languages, and especially in the hospital setting where I worked for so long, it's so critically important that we have people there who can help us to make sure that our patients are being understood and heard and that they're getting the best quality of care. So thank you so much to those guests who I introduced and also to all of the interpreters who help provide services to patients here in Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the Senate. Without objection, the reading of the Journal of Wednesday, April 24, 2024 is dispensed with and approved as recorded by the Secretary. Business on the President's desk. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, in compliance with Article 4, Part 2, Section 9, Constitution of Arizona, I move that the Senate 56th Legislature, second regular session, request the consent of the House of Representatives for the Senate to adjourn on Wednesday, May 1st, 2024, after it's completed its labors until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Any opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Business on the President's desk. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, in compliance with Article 4, Part 2, Section 9, Constitution of Arizona, I move that the Senate 56th Legislature, second regular session, request consent to the House of Representatives for the Senate at the discretion of the President to adjourn on Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, or Thursday, May 9th, 2024, after it's completed its labors until Wednesday, May 15, 2024.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Any opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Secretary, please record the action. Notify the House. Business on the President's desk. Communications from the Governor. Without objection, communications from the Governor is listed on the counter, will not be read and will be entered in the Journal. The Secretary will record the action. Messages, yes? Messages from the House. Without objection, messages from the House listed on the counter will not be read. The messages will be entered in the Journal. Senate Bills 1309 and 1402 are transmitted to the Governor. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the request of the House of Representatives, 56th Legislature, second regular session, to adjourn from Wednesday, May 1st, 2024, after its labors are completed until Wednesday, May 15, 2024.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Any opposed vote nay. Here's the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Senator Hernandez.
Mr. President, I make a motion notwithstanding Senate Rule 2, I move that House Bill 2677 be first read immediately, substituted immediately for Senate Bill 1734, which is identical, and be brought immediately for third read. And if the measure garners the requisite 16 votes, the President or the President pro temp is directed to immediately sign the measure in open session, and the Secretary is directed to immediately transmit the measure to the House. And I call the previous question.
Okay, the previous question has been moved. The motion before you is the adoption of the previous question. Senator Hoffman, did you have a point of order? Okay, she moved the previous question. Senator Hoffman. All those in favor will vote aye. Any opposed will vote? Any opposed will vote nay. Appears the nays have it. Do have it. Division has been called. All those in favor of the division will rise. Any opposed to the division will rise next. All those in favor, please, of the previous question, please stand. Okay, what's the number? Okay, all those opposed to the previous question, please stand. By the votes of 16 ayes and 14 nays, the previous question has been adopted. The Senate will vote on Senator Hernandez's motion. Can you please bring up the motion that you made in writing? The motion that has been brought forward before the body is as follows. Notwithstanding Senate Rule 2, I move the House Bill 2677 be first read immediately, substituted immediately for Senate Bill 1734, which is identical, and be brought immediately for third reading. If the measure garners the requisite 16 votes, the President or the President pro tem is directed to immediately sign the measure in open session, and the Secretary is just directed to immediately transmit the measure to the House. All those in favor will vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. No. Appears the nays have it. Do have it. Division has been called. All those in favor will rise. Okay, all those opposed, please rise. Yes. We're in the middle of the vote, Senator. Okay. Okay. Roll call vote has been called. Do I have a second? Second has been called. Let's put the vote on the board. The system is now open. All those in favor, please vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Yeah, it's too long to put. Does it fit on the board? It doesn't fit on the screen, but we can give everybody a copy. So. Did you want to explain your vote, Senator Hoffman?
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
This is misleading to the public, what you've done here. Okay? And as the head of this body, I'm specifically asking you to please direct the clerk to put even an abridged version of what this motion is for. It does fit on the board. Okay? We can do an abridged version, but the public does not understand what that says.
Senator Hoffman, we can make a copy and give it to
distribute it
you
to
and
every
to
member of the
everybody up in the stand. Do you want to explain your vote? Please explain why you're voting, how you're voting.
Mr. President, I vote no because this is misleading to the members of the public, not only those that are here in this room, but also the thousands, probably tens of thousands that will watch this online. This is misleading to them. I vote no.
Senator Hoffman votes no. Senator Hernandez, are you on the board to explain your vote? Proceed. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll see if we can fit it on the board, how much we can get on there. Yeah. There you go. Can, okay, system is now closed. Oh, okay. Before we close it, before I close the board, I'm going to put the motion, we're going to try to find a way to put the motion up on the board. I'm going to have to remove the vote so you can all see the motion. Okay. All right. Okay, so we fit as much of it, the motion, onto the screen as we can. I will, for those of you who cannot, let me finish the rest of it for you. I'll read it again so you can hear everything. Notwithstanding Senate Rule 2, this was the motion made by Senator Hernandez. Notwithstanding Senate Rule 2, I move that House Bill 2677 be first read immediately, substituted immediately for Senate Bill 1734, which is identical, and be brought immediately for third reading. And if the measure garners the requisite 16 votes, the President or the President pro tempore is directed to immediately sign the measure in open session, and the Secretary is directed to immediately transmit the measure to the House. System is now open. All those in favor, please vote aye. Any opposed to vote nay. Senator Farnsworth.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
The members of this chamber understand what's happening. For the folks in the gallery and the people at home who are watching, this is a classic example we refer to as the legislature being rolled, where in this case, our Democrat colleagues who are very good at sticking together, they have been almost always they vote together. Unfortunately, on this side of the aisle, we are not so good at doing that. You can see on the board, there are the names of 2 Republicans who have joined with the other side to change the procedure. And I will suggest to the people in the gallery that if you like what you hear, there's in etiquette, you can raise your hands and wave them. That is applause in a silent manner. I just want to make sure everyone understands, and I have seen this. I've been in the legislature 3 times. I've seen this happen a number of times. Voters need to be aware when this happens, when we lose our conservative unity and senators join the other side, we have laws put in place that make it difficult to change laws. According to the rules, every bill is supposed to be read out loud. We have not done that for years. We amend the rules, we waive the rules each session. So that we can read the bills by name and title only. And this is an example of how we have made exceptions for years of reading name and title only. That's why how we run through thousands of bills, many of which never should be passed. This is an example of short-circuiting the situation. So we rush things through. We can skip the committee. We can skip the conventional hearings. And in this case, we rush it through and put it on the governor's desk for signing. This is a procedural thing, which is a mistake. It's a bad idea. It sets a very bad precedent, although it's been done before. And our voters need to be very aware. And with that, I vote a strong no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. I actually am very happy that for Senator Farnsworth to do this explanation and for Senator Hoffman to request that the motion is put up on the board, because at the beginning of every session for several sessions, I'm the lone person that is objecting for this body to read bills by title and short names only, because the public is not able to realize what we are voting for, as was said earlier on this motion. We have constituents who are not able to be here. We have constituents that are not able to hear what is being said on the floor, and by doing short titles and short names only, we do not give the opportunity to our constituents to be able to take part in this process, democratic process of making the laws of Arizona. And so I am grateful that this is all being said today on this particular vote, and I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez votes aye. Senator Kern. Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Again, I rise to explain my vote just for the record. Everything the Democrats touch is destroyed. Everything the Democrats touch is destroyed. Look at our universities. Look at our southern border.
Point of order has been called. Senator Leader Epstein.
Yes, Mr. President, Rule 19 indicates that one member shall not impute, meaning infer, that another member is acting in a way that is contrary to what's appropriate for the Senate. And I think that saying that all Democrats would do that is inappropriate for this body.
Mr. President.
Senator Kern.
As evidenced on the board, all Democrats do.
Senator Kern.
Yes, sir.
So what the rule states is we will not impugn any member. If you want to speak to the policy they're putting forward, you can speak to the policy. It's important that you're not speaking to them specifically. If you're speaking to somebody outside of this body or about somebody outside of this body, that is allowed. But you may not impugn the motives directly to a member.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. So the Democrat, everything the Democrat Party touches turns to destruction or is destroyed. The voters know that. And as Mr. Farnsworth just said, this is a fast track to put a bill on the board for us to vote without going through committee, without it being read. It was a bill that was voted, that was codified into law in 1977 by a Democrat governor and voted in favor of by our own Senator Leila Alston. So why are we fast tracking this? We don't need to. We do not need to do this. This really wouldn't even go into effect till the election. And with the ballot initiative that's going on the ballot, the abortion ballot initiative by the Democrat Party, that will be on the ballot. So why are we rushing this is my question. And I'm explaining my vote to let the voters know this is not the way we usually do things. This is rolling the caucus. They elected us to be the majority. I've been down here 8 years. We've never acted like the majority, in my opinion. And I want to thank Senator Farnsworth for calling out the two Republicans that are green on that board. We should vote this down. We should talk about our strategy and go from there. We have not done that. And with that, I vote no.
Senator Kern votes no. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
You know, as my colleagues have said, this is what it looks like when you get rolled. And it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it is always to the detriment of the people of this state. I go back just a few years to when Obamacare was put in place. That didn't help people. It caused premiums to soar. It caused access to care to go down. That was because Republicans rolled their colleagues and passed Obamacare, a Democrat policy, into law in this state. I go back just 2 years, and it was Democrats and 2 Republicans, actually it might have been a couple more, but in this chamber I believe it was only 2, who rolled the rest of the Republicans to give in-state tuition and scholarships to illegal aliens. Not just DACA students, which is what they tried to sell it as, but if you look at the letter of the law, and if you look at how it intersects with federal law, it was to give any illegal alien who met the criteria access above and beyond the priority of our citizen students and those who came here the legal way, to give them access to our in-state universities. That is destructive. It is not in the best interest to put those who break our laws ahead of those who follow our laws. In this case, we are getting rolled again by 2 Republicans. Unfortunately, to repeal one of the best, strongest pro-life measures in the country. A measure that is representative of and reflective of our founding fathers' intent when they preserved in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution the right to life. That is what's happening right here today, is Republicans are abandoning the founding fathers' principles and our Republican Party platform's principles to join with Democrats to expedite a near total repeal that will allow 95% of all abortions to continue, 44% of which are surgical abortions, where they will tear children apart limb by limb and then crush their skull. It is disgusting that this is the state of the Republican Party today. I proudly vote no on this atrocious motion.
Senator Hoffman votes no. Senator Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. You know, I think a lot of members here are experts on rolling because it happens a lot when we represent nearly half of the constituents of Arizona. I don't consider this rolling. When we start the session, rules are made. Those rules are used to conduct business in this chamber. I have used those rules to conduct business in this chamber. I will continue to use the rules to conduct business in this chamber. This bill is a one-line bill, and it reads, for those of you that think that we have not been transparent in the process, because this bill has been introduced multiple times, has never gotten a reading, so we use the rules that were established in this chamber to conduct business in this chamber for the people of Arizona. And it reads section 13-3603, Arizona Revised Statutes is repealed. And with that, I vote aye.
Senator Hernandez votes aye. Senator Miranda?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
It's funny that what we're hearing on the other side are only two people that are running for Congress. This is not a campaign time. So let's move on with business, and I vote aye.
Senator Miranda votes aye. Senator Bennett?
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
I am pro-life, and I am voting no against the motion, but I just want to stand in support of every member of this body being able to vote their conscience, and I support the 2 in our caucus that are not voting with the others, but this is not a rolling, in my opinion. This is each member of this body having and exercising the right to vote their conscience, and that's what we're seeing on the board today. That's all it is. I vote no.
Senator Bennett votes no. The system is now closed. Senator Hoffman? Yes. Did you have something before I close the board? By your votes of 60 ayes, 14 nays, you have passed MIS 013. Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, I move that HB 2677 be amended as follows. Page 1, after line 3, insert a new section 13-3604. 133604 reads, a person who performs an abortion for a person who was a victim of rape or incest shall
I will
report the
address you
abortion.
after he makes his motion. Proceed,
Shall
Senator
report
Hoffman.
the abortion and other relevant information to the law enforcement entity in the jurisdiction with which it was performed. Amend title to conform. And I request a roll call vote.
Okay.
And I call the previous question, sir.
Okay. So we're still, we have to finish the business that was before us that had been voted on. We will now be third reading.
Mr. President, you have a motion before the body that's been seconded.
You are out of order, sir. You're out of order. So we have to continue with the business that is before us. What's that? Yes. Yeah.
Mr. President, I appeal the ruling of the chair. Second.
Okay, my ruling that the motion was out of order has been appealed. Where is it? Okay. So the motion is if the ruling of the chair shall stand. All those in favor vote aye. Excuse me? Okay, roll call vote has been called. Please put it on the board. Okay, the system's open. Shall the decision of the president stand as the judgment of the Senate? All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. Senator Hoffman,
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. A valid motion was on the board before the action that was previously motioned could be taken. It is the ruling of the chair. It is your choice, and that's what's being appealed here today. unfortunately, this is the process that we have at our disposal, is to question the ruling that you made. When the motion, we hear a lot about the cases of rape and incest, which are tragic, absolutely heartbreaking and gut-wrenching. But the reality is that this motion, which unfortunately you ruled against, would have required mandatory reporting to law enforcement when cases of rape and incest, when abortions are performed for cases of rape and incest. And the fact that law enforcement would not be mandatorily contacted by an abortionist, by Planned Parenthood.
Okay, you need to explain why the rule was violated, why your motion was proper, Senator Hoffman.
Yeah, Mr. President, I figured that was coming. Mr. President, there was a valid motion on the floor. It was seconded, and you chose not to hear it. I'm
Okay.
saddened by that.
Thank you for explaining your vote.
I wasn't done, but I
You
can.
you explain why the rule was violated.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and vote no, Mr. President.
Thank you. Here's the rule, okay? The rule was clearly violated. It's Rule 12. Previous question, to vote immediately. Whether you liked how it went or not, it was clearly violated. When the previous question is moved, adopted, in order, it shall have the effect to cut off all debate and bring the Senate to a direct vote upon the immediate question or questions on which it has been ordered. So I could lie. No, I am explaining my vote. No, you have been recognized already. You have already voted and explained your vote. You've already explained your vote. I could have lied. I'm sorry, I can't lie. The rule was broken. Okay? Senator Kern.
Let's explain my vote.
Proceed.
So we did move immediately right after the last vote was done, and it was, in my opinion, proper. So that's why this is on the board right now, because in your opinion it's not, in ours it is.
Thank you, Senator
With that,
Kern.
I vote no.
Senator Bennett.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
I'm supporting the ruling of the chair because the body had voted just prior to the motion that you ruled on that if the measure garners the requisite 16 votes, the president or the president pro tem is directed to immediately sign the measure in open session, and the secretary is directed to immediately transmit the measures to the House. The body had already voted on that, and I believe that you made the correct ruling in ruling against the motion that would have introduced amendments to a measure that had already been voted on by 16 to do what I just said. I support your decision. I vote yes.
Senator Bennett votes aye. Senator Mesnar, how do you vote? System is now closed. By your votes of 19 ayes, 11 nays, you have passed MIS 014. Now we're putting the first reader will please read the bill. I will recognize you after the vote, sir. After the
HB 2677, abortion ban repeal.
Mr. President, I've got a motion here.
Senator Kern, you're out of order. You're out of order, sir. Third reading of bills.
HB 2677, an act repealing section 133603 Arizona Revised statutes relating to family offenses.
You've heard the third reading of House Bill 2677. All those in favor will vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. The system's open. Please proceed to vote. Senator Bullock, Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Hernandez, Senator Hoffman, Senator Kern, Senator Mesnard, Senator Sundaration, and Wadzak. How do you vote? Senator Bullock?
Yes, Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you. It isn't unusual for Arizona to generate headlines. In mid-November 2022, Phoenix, Arizona made national headlines. In one news article, the headline read, "Body of preborn child found set ablaze in Phoenix homeless camp." Later, we learned the burned body was of a deceased preborn child estimated to be between 20 and 24 weeks. As many people know, a child of this age born prematurely would have had a chance of survival. Yet in January of 2023, the current governor threatened the legislature that she would line-item veto programs supporting homeless pregnant women, like the Homeless Pregnant Women Services. Since 2018, the state's budget included dollars for the Homeless Pregnant Women Services that supports nonprofits like Maggie's Place. If you aren't familiar with Maggie's Place, they support pregnant homeless women throughout their pregnancy and their children's first year of life. Maggie's Place has 4 maternity homes throughout the valley and is a hub for resources in the central Phoenix area. Some of these homeless pregnant women might have a substance abuse disorder, fleeing a horrific domestic abuse situation, or are survivors of human trafficking. It costs about $26,000 a year to house one mom, but with inflation costs continuing to rise, this has created extra challenges for this local nonprofit. Like other nonprofits in Arizona families, they are having a hard time keeping their food pantries stocked. Maggie's Place helps feed current women as well as graduates of their program. There is a huge demand from homeless pregnant women who need the resources provided by Maggie's Place. In March of 2023, it was reported that Maggie's Place receives about 70 calls a week from women who are actively seeking resources and housing. Last year's state budget that was passed in June did not include any money to help these most vulnerable Arizona residents. Homelessness is often a complex issue, not always with one solution. The women who stay at Maggie's Place emerge as strong, independent mothers. Maggie's Place was first awarded about $100,000 annually. Then, due to rising demand, the grant amount doubled in 2022 to $200,000. This was something that was part of our state budget. Apparently, the reason why the current governor cut the funding from last year's budget to Maggie's Place was because the grant money could not be granted for abortion referral services or distributed to entities that promote, refer, or perform abortions. Programs like Maggie's Place were designed to help homeless pregnant moms maintain a healthy pregnancy and have a healthy birth and healthy baby. These women and families have chosen to parent over getting an abortion. They need special care. You know, our governor used to be a social worker. She should understand how critical it is for these homeless pregnant moms to get the care, nutrition, and housing they need to thrive. What Hobbs did last year was leave them homeless, those homeless pregnant women on the streets, instead of ensuring they had access to the tools to be confident and successful parents. Sadly, the current governor chose abortion over supporting those vulnerable homeless pregnant women, as the legislature and previous governor had done for the past few legislative sessions since 2018. Today, by way of explaining my vote, I'd like to share the chronicle of 3 pregnancies. Pregnancy number 1. A time not too long ago, a young working woman felt like she was coming down with the flu. After 2 or 3 days of taking the flu medication, she decided maybe she should take a pregnancy test, even though she looked at her calendar and it seemed too early to determine if she might be pregnant. She drove to the store, bought a pregnancy test. The test was positive, but she figured she would take the second test just to verify its validity. 2 positive pregnancy tests. She was both elated and nervous. Morning sickness became a real issue. She learned of her pregnancy around week 3. Everything made her nauseous. How was she supposed to drive to work and carry on? She ended up carrying plastic garbage bags in her car in the event she felt the urge to vomit. She even had trouble keeping down basic saltine crackers as she sipped water and flavored electrolytes. She scheduled an appointment to see her OB as soon as she could. Sadly, she ended up in the emergency room for severe dehydration before her first scheduled OB visit. The emergency room requested upon admission that she pee into a cup to verify her pregnancy. Then for nearly an hour, they pricked her arms to find a vein so they could administer an IV. They finally found a willing vein to cooperate. Both of her arms turned purple. She lay down in the emergency room bed, watching the liquids from this IV enter the plastic tubing, insert into her arm drip by drip. They added anti-nausea medicine, and she drifted off to sleep. A nurse brought her some ginger ale and 2 packets of saltine crackers. Around the 6th week of her pregnancy, she went to her scheduled OB appointment.
Senator Bullock, point of order had been called. Senator Kern. Please speak in your microphone, Senator Kern.
She checked in with the receptionist
Hold on.
once again.
Senator Bullock, a point of order has been called. Please rise and make your your point of order.
Yeah, I'm just asking if she would stick to the repeal of the bill. She's kind of going off in a number of areas, but I would ask that she stick to what's on the board.
Okay. The request, Senator Bullock, is that you make your comments germane to the bill.
At her first appointment, this young woman was given the option at a future appointment of having a transvaginal ultrasound. The doctor told this woman it was likely too early to detect the baby's heartbeat, but at another appointment, the doctor would order a transabdominal ultrasound. The doctor reaffirmed morning sickness was normal and would hopefully subside after her first trimester.
Point of order has been called. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you. Mr. President, this bill is to repeal a ban on abortion. The good senator from District 2 is not speaking to the bill of repealing an abortion ban. She's speaking to any number of other things. This bill is specifically to repeal the abortion ban.
Senator
to allow
Bullock.
abortions, Mr. President.
Senator Bullock, can you please explain how your comments are germane to the bill?
I will continue. The doctor also offered to write a prescription for an anti-nausea medication since the C-band nausea relief wristbands were not working. At the
Senator
same
Bullock,
appointment,
Senator Bullock, please, I need you to explain why your comments are germane to the bill.
the comments are germane because not every pregnancy is the same.
Okay, proceed.
At the same appointment, she got her doctor telling her that she needs to eat small, bland meals and to eat foods that would not trigger her incessant nausea. So she drove to the grocery store, stocked up on rice, sourdough, applesauce, bananas. She felt decent enough the next day, but was admitted into the emergency room again later that week for severe dehydration. She knew the routine of being admitted to the ER and having an IV administered. It was absolutely exhausting and not good for her overall morale. A few days later, she went to her next scheduled OB appointment. The same young woman's medical staff administered the ultrasound she had learned about at her previous appointment. She was told this type of ultrasound would help confirm her pregnancy by detecting a heartbeat and to confirm gestational age and due date. The technician inserted the transvaginal ultrasound probe into her. After a few minutes of probing with the wand, they detected the baby's heartbeat and she wept with joy. After the appointment, she was feeling a little better. The following weekend, she decided to share news with some close friends and family, even though it was very early in the pregnancy. When she got home from visiting her family the next day, this young woman was feeling weak and exhausted. She overdid it. She was right around the 11th week mark and getting very weak again. The next day, this young woman woke up from severe cramping. She could barely move. She found herself trying to walk up the stairs of their two-story home. She didn't have the strength to make it up the steps. She sat down near the bottom of the steps and began to cry. She made her best effort to contact the baby's father, but there was a strike with the local telephone company, so it was very difficult to track him down. She finally mustered up enough strength and drove to the nearest emergency room. She knew the drill. At this point, she felt like she needed a frequent visitor card and still had to submit a urinalysis even though they knew she was pregnant. She waited in a cold, hollow waiting room to be called. It felt like hours went by. She felt alone and was nauseous. After she was finished up in triage, had her vitals taken, they set up in a single occupancy room. The on-call emergency room doctor ordered an ultrasound. A few more hours went by and she finally wheeled into a dark room that had an ultrasound machine. She was asked to sit on the ultrasound table with her abdomen exposed. A very cold gel was applied and then a non-English speaking Muslim woman wearing a niqab performed her ultrasound. This expectant mother couldn't see this woman's facial expressions because they were covered by her veil. She tried to make eye contact, but she could barely see her eyes. Her head was covered and so was the rest of her face. The expectant mother asked questions, but the medical professional didn't speak any English, so neither woman could communicate with one another, and there wasn't an interpreter or anyone else in the room. Since this medical professional didn't speak English, it made it even harder to be in the same room together while her abdomen was being poked and prodded. Tears ran down his mother's face. This young mom had so many questions and no answers. This young mother-to-be was in a lot of pain due to the cramping. This medical professional wasn't being gentle as she probed into her abdominal region and typed onto her medical keyboard. After this young lady was done having her ultrasound, she was wheeled back into her sterile emergency room. She waited hours for the on-call emergency room doctor to return her room to give her ultrasound results. The doctor said the baby isn't viable and no longer has a heartbeat. From there, this young mother began to cry and slowly tune out the doctor. The doctor said, "You need to have a DNC." Through tears, the mother said, "What is a DNC?" The doctors responded quite bluntly, "It's like having an abortion." This young woman felt alone in her own body, no longer with her child's beating heart, and this doctor's telling her to abort. The young woman said, "I don't want an abortion, I don't want a DNC." This young woman's partner had finally made it to the hospital, only to hear the unfortunate news as they had lost their baby. The doctor responded, "You need to have this procedure, and we need to get you back to having regular menstrual periods. Your OB's office will call you tomorrow to book your appointment." This young woman felt the walls closing in on her, and she was now having a bit of a panic attack. The emergency room doctor told her she needed to get dressed and checked out of the hospital. She was told to go home and get some rest, all after telling her DNC was like having an abortion. While she was getting checked out, the hospital staff told her to expect a call from her OB tomorrow to schedule her surgery. Everyone was so clinical and matter of fact, she just lost her baby. Feeling hopeless and now depressed, she went home and cried. Later that night, she spoke with her mother by telephone, who encouraged her to proceed. The next day, she received a call from her OB's office to schedule the DNC. Over the phone, she heard the office tell her they would test the fetal tissue for chromosome abnormalities with the hope of giving her results she could one day get pregnant. Several months after this young woman had the DNC in the mail, she received multiple medical bills for the emergency room visits along with her DNC. The medical bills were breathtakingly expensive. She had been in between jobs and used COBRA as her primary medical insurance. Pregnancy number 2. A young woman had hopes and dreams in her new life. Looking for adventure, she and her husband set eyes on a new chapter in their lives together with the hope of one day having a family. After returning from a recent trip, the couple found out they were expecting. They were both excited about the prospect of starting a family. The expectant dad joked, "Maybe we'll have 4 kids," the wife said. "2 kids would be perfect since I have 2 hands." As they made plans to welcome a baby into their family, the expectant mother found herself hospital-bound with hyperemesis. She was losing weight, not gaining weight. Her diet mostly encompassed canned peaches, grape-flavored Propel, and lemon-flavored Luna bars during the first trimester, along with Flintstone vitamins. Any odor set her nausea in motion. A few weeks later, she was driving home. She was T-boned by a large Dodge Ram. Since the driver hit her vehicle on the driver's side, her OB ordered an emergency ultrasound at the 12th week to check on the baby and the placement of the placenta. During this ultrasound, the baby's gender was revealed, but needed to be verified at a later appointment since it was far too early to be accurate. For the next few months, this couple spent time preparing for their baby together. Having hyperemesis during her entire pregnancy, she prepared the baby's nursery. A few months before her due date, she attended childbirthing classes, and they highly encouraged writing up a birth plan. In her birth plan, she said she wanted to bond with the baby by breastfeeding early on. She wanted to master latching with her baby, and she didn't want supplemental baby formula for her baby. She also skipped the last class dedicated solely to C-sections. She had thoroughly read several baby books designed for expecting parents and figured she doesn't need to sit through a class in her 3rd trimester to hear what she had already read. Near the end of her pregnancy, this couple switched hospitals and OBs because they weren't comfortable with some of the very large hospitals which their previous doctor was affiliated. They thought they looked more like baby factories than birth centers. Her due date was approaching, and she was sent to the hospital. The medical team determined breaking her water would hopefully speed up her labor since she was already dilated. She labored for many hours without an epidural. Her husband applied pressure to her lower back to help ease contractions, but her husband was concentrating on eating Ben & Jerry's ice cream as her contractions became more painful. He reassured her that they would get through this and the ice cream would help keep his strength up to apply pressure to her lower back.
We cannot have any outbursts from the gallery, please.
It's going to be for a while. Probably about.
Point of order has been called. This is a point of order. Okay. Senator Bullock, can you please summarize your explanation of your vote?
Sure. Somewhere in the middle of the night, she used her call button to request some pain meds. After hearing a woman down the hall screaming as if there was an axe murder on the floor, the team of medical professionals had tried everything, but the baby decided it was best to take correspondence classes in utero than greet the world. 20 hours later, she was wheeled into the operating room for an emergency C-section. They prepped her for this emergency surgery. Shortly thereafter, they prepped her abdomen, and it was horizontally cut open to bring life to her baby outside the womb. She could not see what was going on since there was a curtain blocking her from seeing her baby. The team of doctors shouted, "This kid is ready for the 3rd grade." Each medical professional panicked and asked this mother if she had gestational diabetes. They whisked her baby away with the dad while she was sent to a recovery room. What felt like hours, she finally got to meet her baby. He was everything and more. Number 3. Who knew a toddler could consume a mom's entire world? She planned her days around adventure, learning, and exploring the world. Her life came to a near stop when she found out she was pregnant again. About a month into her pregnancy, she started to bleed. Her OB requested she get an ultrasound immediately to check on the baby. She was diagnosed with placenta previa. She was no longer able to pick up her toddler or do the normal chores she routinely did. After being in the hospital twice, the emergency room staff decided the best course of action was to implant an IV into her arm and send her home. She now had a nurse stop by her house once a week to check her vitals, to make sure she was using the IV properly by cleaning the line and hooking up the IV bag. Out of precaution, she was ordered to bed rest. People around her and her husband said this pregnancy wasn't going to be fair to their toddler. One daring individual even said this mom should get an abortion. 23 weeks of bed rest with a toddler in tow, this expecting mom survived. One day, this mom found delight in putting up a wooden plaque that read, "There are only 2 lasting bequests we can hope to give our children. One of these is roots, the other is wings." As her due date approached, this mom went into full-fledged labor even though she was scheduled for a C-section. The baby was born via scheduled C-section. This baby is loved by all, and the world is her oyster. Many women don't have textbook pregnancies, while many women wish they could have a baby. I know the chronicles of these pregnancies quite intimately because they're all my own. And my family lived and survived each one of them, including my miscarriage. I had morning sickness and was dehydrated during the entire time throughout each pregnancy, making it difficult to do much. From losing a baby through a miscarriage and having a doctor with a horrific bedside manner tell me quite bluntly a DNC was an abortion, to ending up with a medical bill around $12,000 back in 2000 to come home with no baby. Through ups and downs, through tears of sorrow and joy, life was created, and my 2 kids were born into this crazy world. I love them so much. My son was 10 pounds, 10 ounces, and 24 inches at birth. He was far larger than my daughter when he was born than when she was even 3 months old. He even stood up on my C-section incision in the hospital to look around the room without me assisting his head from wobbling. My kids are now young adults at ages 19 and 22. As you have heard, none of my pregnancies were easy, and none of them would have been possible without the moral support of my husband. I experienced quite a few medical emergencies during my 3 pregnancies. I'm thankful I was blessed with 2 children, as I had hoped when I got married. Some people say that I have a $1 million family because I have 1 boy and 1 girl. I believe MasterCard would even say there are some things money can't buy for everything. It's priceless. Having a DNC in my first trimester because the baby wasn't viable was very tough. Would Arizona's pre-Roe law have allowed me to have this medical procedure, even though at the time my life was not in danger? One pro-life individual who recently reached out to me even wrote, "Is there a definition for unless it is necessary to save her life?" She asked me. Maybe medical doctors could weigh in. Maybe, I don't know. Over the years, I have had the chance to meet individuals who survived abortions. Some have permanent scars like missing limbs. Other people were told by their adopted families they were not their birth parents, but they were what made their families complete. Thankfully, these beautiful human beings were lovingly adopted into these families. Some have siblings, others might be the only child because their adoptive parents were unable to have a baby of their own, and were blessed to have a family by way of adoption. In 2019, I saw the movie Unplanned when it came out in the movie theaters. Mind you, it's very rare that I will go to the movies. I cannot ever imagine working in such a place like Planned Parenthood, or feeling like an expecting mom that I have no alternative other than seeking an abortion. I have also met individuals who have worked for Planned Parenthood. These individuals have now dedicated their livelihoods to educating the community of the horrors inside the abortion industry. Planned Parenthood's confidentiality principles often conflict with some states' laws around our country. Planned Parenthood, for instance, will not report suspected sexual abuse or statutory rape to law enforcers. A national pattern has emerged showing Planned Parenthood's failure to report sex crimes against underage teens. With a wide open border along with rising child sex trafficking cases, we will never really know the real numbers. In Arizona, if you're a pregnant 13-year-old, you can get an abortion at Planned Parenthood without parental consent. Yet if you want to go to a tanning booth, get a tattoo or piercing, you need to be 18 years of age or receive parental consent if you're under 18. But if you want to get an abortion, you get one at age 13 and your parents would never know. Many people know I was not born in Arizona, but I have come to appreciate some of its history. However, there is one glaring stain in its history. We should reconsider and remove it from our state's history books. One of the women inducted into Arizona's Women's Hall of Fame in 1991 is none other than Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger's book titled Woman and the New Race stated, The most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it, and that birth control is nothing more or less than the facilitation of the process of weeding out the unfit, of preventing the birth of defectives or of those who will become defectives. Planned Parenthood set up shop in black neighborhoods to try to eradicate an entire race. One of my best friends is black, and I'm so thankful he's here. There is nothing mentioned in this bill that takes away the profits of Planned Parenthood or even asks individuals who abort their babies to have these tiny bodies cremated or buried and not sold to Big Pharma. In fact, a constituent from District 2 emailed me this very same sentiment. In 1977, the Arizona legislature reenacted this territorial legislation. This pre-Roe law was signed by then Democrat Governor Raul Castro. The new code had a delayed effective date until October 1st, 1978, so that another legislative session could consider the new code and add other changes and amendments as might needed. The legislature did just that during the 1978 session when it enacted Chapter 201, which made significant additions and amendments to the criminal laws in Arizona. Governor Babbitt became governor on March 4th, 1978, and he signed Chapter 201 on June 9, 1978. No change was made in the abortion law, and Governor Babbitt did not ask for one. This law was put on the books by a Democrat governor. I'm not sure why the Democrats didn't repeal this law when they had Democratic governors over the years, but that's a conversation for another time. When I was recruited back to the legislature in June of 2023, I was asked to come back and serve once again after having a 6-month hiatus from this place. As many of you know, I was appointed to fill this vacancy after serving in the House for 4 years. Many people knew when they recruited me back to talk about the issue that I really cared about most, and that's educational freedom. From working with the GED programs in inner city Syracuse or my early mornings on Saturdays spent on the baseball diamond to field a co-ed Little League team or working in a New York City public high school, I had a chance to meet with low-income families who were working multiple jobs, some even stuck on government assistance with little chance of upward mobility. But all these parents and grandparents shared something in common. All these families wanted their children to have a better education than they ever had, just like I wanted my kids to have the best education options available to them. My predecessor, who was elected to the seat in November 2022, supported abortion limits with exceptions like rape, incest, and life of the mother. When I was recruited back and asked to step up for this appointment, Republican precinct committeemen asked me to honorably serve in the likes of Senator Steve Kaiser. It's worth noting in 2023, I did not fill out any candidate surveys during the appointment process asking me my views on any topics. On June 26, 2023, 122 Republican precinct committeemen in my legislative district assembled and voted to add my name to the list of 3 names sent to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. From there, I was interviewed by a few of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors for this appointment. On July 19th, the Board of Supervisors met, unanimously appointed me to this position. In the afternoon, on July 21st, my husband administered my oath to uphold the Constitution and laws of the land. Mark my words, the territorial law is history in 2024. Lawyers will lawyer up. The territorial law will never go into effect. Come November, voters will decide if they support a 15-week limit that will take effect 90 days after we sine die or Planned Parenthood's Arizona Abortion Access Act's abortion on demand up till the moment of birth. For the past few weeks, Arizona's very own governor has been going on national television to raise money for Planned Parenthood's Dangerous Abortion Access Act. It's absolutely disgusting. As a pro-life myself, we should be pushing for the maximum protection for unborn children that can be sustained over time. Since Roe v. Wade fell, it has been a real call to action for the pro-life community to step up its efforts to provide support for women facing unwanted pregnancies, considering their circumstances. In November 2022, I had a chance to go on a small group tour to Choices Pregnancy Center. They're a wonderful resource that more pregnant mothers need to learn about. So they have the tools to become strong mothers as they bring their babies into the world. Recently, someone shared a Susan B. Anthony pro-life American door hanger online stating, "Most reasonable people favor limits on abortions. They support limits on abortions at 15 weeks when an unborn baby can see, hear, and feel pain." This November, Planned Parenthood's Arizona Abortion Access Act that goes way too far is out of step with Arizona and our values. If this initiative passes, it would amend the Arizona Constitution and cannot be adjusted by us lawmakers here for any future concerns. The current safeguards and protections in place right now to protect young girls and women seeking an abortion from an abortion clinic would be removed. If this initiative passes, it will remove the required medical doctor who's trained to handle and detect any complications. It also prohibits punishment for people who take girls to get an abortion. So if a child is sex trafficked, her trafficker could take the victim to get an abortion to cover their crime, and her parents would never be notified, and they could not be prosecuted, ever. Very little legislation written and signed into law is ever perfect. Until we have a better choice in this matter, I side with saving more babies' lives. I want to protect our state constitution from unlimited abortions.
Proceed, Senator Bullock.
I want to protect our state constitution from unlimited abortions up until the moment of birth with Planned Parenthood's Abortion Access Act. I am here to protect more babies. I vote aye.
Senator Bullock votes aye. Senator Sundaration. Senator Sundaration, did you want to explain your vote? Did you wish to explain your vote, Senator Sundaration? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote. This is a clear statement that the legislature does not want the territorial ban to be enforceable, and I vote yes.
Senator Sundaration votes yes. Mr. Majority Leader, did you wish to explain your vote?
Yes, Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it was, well, I can just start off with Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery and folks watching online, what you just witnessed was a violation of the process. A complete violation of the process. No committee, no debate in committee of the whole. We have to do it here during third read when everything was bypassed. No committees, no discussions. And yes, it's been highlighted that they call it the territorial law. That's a false narrative. Completely false narrative. It's been spoken already about. It was spoken about in the House. It's spoken here today. Because in 4 years after Roe was decided, in 1977, a Democrat governor, a Democrat-controlled Senate, voted for what we should actually call it the statute realignment bill, because that's actually what it did. Now, if we could have had a committee of the whole, or even in maybe a debate in committee, we could have actually found out, you know, what the reasoning is, and maybe explanation or justification when somebody who's actually an eyewitness to that in 1977 is actually a current senator now. But we don't have those answers because we didn't have a debate. But unfortunately, this false narrative, and it's been perpetuated by the progressive propaganda partners purposely perpetrating a false narrative. It's not the territorial law. It's not the statehood era law. It's the 1977 law. It was codified, recodified. Numerous opportunities. But I'll give credit where credit is due. What's the hurry here, right? Because, you know, your partners in the media, they even highlighted it in one of our local publications, that the Democrats have seized onto this to enjoy a political fundraising boost from the 1864 law without seeing it going into effect. It's verbatim. I won't give credit to the author. His head will get too big. Hey, now, please. Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, please, in the gallery. Okay? We know why you're here. Okay. We are different than the folks that 2 years ago tried to bust into the Senate where DPS was called and had to apply tear gas right after the Roe decision. Those pro-choice people rioted and broke into the building and vandalized. You are not them. please maintain order. Where was I? False narrative, right. The Democrats in 1977 had an opportunity to strike and repeal, but they didn't. They recodified it, and the Democrat governor signed it into law. Well, I'm old enough to remember certain things back in the 60s and 70s. My God, what happened to the Democratic Party? Because at one time they were pro-life. Until the SDS had something else to champion after the Vietnam War. They infiltrated academia, became obsessed with environmental movements and so on and so forth, and literally infiltrated the Democratic Party. And no longer was it pro-life. Things have changed. This country is on the verge of collapse. I have compassion for a woman who's been raped or incest. I have compassion for that. But I cannot go against my core value of life. If the woman is raped, get her to the hospital, get a rape kit, let's get some DNA on these dirtbags and throw them in prison forever. And unfortunately, we have members on this floor who vote against these kind of things. Stiffer penalties for sex crimes, human trafficking, sex trafficking, incest. Hey, let's lock these dirtbags up. And if you do get your partner pregnant, and you don't stand up as a man to take care of that child, I condemn any man who won't do that. I adopted my son from a marriage when he was an adult. Yes, I raised him since he was 6 years old. Guys have problems with that. A man doesn't. But we have party opposite who keeps wanting to divide and, call us, what is it, toxic masculinity? When you see somebody being assaulted, you better pray that some toxic masculinity man comes over there and saves you. We have men in uniform. That's toxic masculinity. Women, God bless them, that are in uniform. I served in the Marines for 20 years. I had women in my charge. I wouldn't have traded for 10 guys in some of these jobs. But now I got to make a choice. And literally what we're having here is just literally a violation of the process. This law won't even go into effect till 90 days after sine die. Supreme Court ruling. Even the Attorney General is asking for delay. And of course, that Attorney General is not going to do what? Enforce any laws that she chooses? Amazing, huh? Amazing. I'm not a perfect man. I have my flaws. May not even be a righteous man. But if I got to choose between life of the unborn, unfortunately, on the circumstances, men need to step up, take care of business, take care of your children, even if you're not going to get married. But the process has been violated. This is the wrong answer for this to be happening this way. For example, there should have been amendments on this. Rape, incest. Should have been on there. But we were all robbed of that opportunity for debate and reason. Nothing we do here is perfect. Nothing is written in stone. It's written in black and white. It's written on paper. So we can amend it. We can fix it. We can adjust. But we throw away good for perfect. Some of you want to laugh at me, go right ahead. I don't give a damn. But I have to look myself in the mirror every morning with a sharp object next to my neck as I'm shaving. And in good conscience, I have to follow my heart. Mr. President, I vote no.
Majority Leader votes no. Senator Rogers.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
We live in Arizona, the hardscrabble West. And in 1864, I believe our territorial forebears got it right. Because life is unassailable. Life in 1864 is no different than life in 2024. 160 years later, life is precious. And I'll hear my colleagues say, but it's politically expedient for us to moderate. It's politically pragmatic for us to find middle ground. It's politically astute because we might lose votes. We might lose the legislature. We might lose the presidential election. We might lose federal elections. And I say to you, it's more important to do what's right, because maybe not in this life, but after this life, we will meet our Maker. And whatever faith you are, this is what matters. We have been given the gift of life. And we have given and passed on the gift of life. And so, when Senator Borelli and I took the oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, that's a lifetime oath to support life. And when someone says to you, well, what about this issue? My response is, what about those who have no voice? What about those in the womb who are crying out to be born, to live? They have no voice. We are their voice. If not for us, they have no voice. It is our charge. It is our obligation. It is our moral fiber that we give them voice to be able to be born, to live, to become Americans. We are Americans. We celebrate life. We celebrate the right to life. We celebrate the right to be born. We celebrate the right to uphold life. And life starts at conception. Who are we to say otherwise? It is an unassailable truth. They got it right in 1864. We need to continue to get it right in 2024. And with that, I vote nay.
Senator Rogers votes nay. Senator Kern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. I didn't know we could have 30-minute explanations, but bear with me, sir. The epitome of delusion is saying I am pro-life, yet voting to repeal an abortion ban. I've heard that on the campaign trail. I'm pro-life, but I want to save babies, but I'm going to go ahead and vote to repeal an abortion ban, the best abortion ban in the nation. This abortion is one of the tenets, one of the principles of the Republican Party. And yet, again, we have two Republicans voting with the Democrats to repeal an abortion ban while saying I'm pro-life. That's kind of like Nazi Germany, where the Nazis said, Jews, you have something wrong with you. You go to the death chamber. You Jews can live and work the fields. It's wrong. That's kind of like if you remember back when there was a white female Democrat standing behind Larry Elder with a gorilla mask saying Larry Elder is the face of white supremacy. That is just doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. It's delusion. When we go against the bigger picture is the Word of God, which is right here, media, which you all hate, I'm sure. The Word of God says, only righteousness exalts a nation. The prayer today was a God that does not change, a God the same yesterday, today, and forever. And my colleague, Senator Rogers, just said, one day we will stand before God. Last week, I was here when they did the House thing. I could feel the oppression in the House. Thank you, Republican 3. I could feel the oppression over there when we're actually voting for death. The Democrat Party stands and runs on death. The Republican Party stands and is supposed to run on life. I remember last week when I spoke at a press conference that we had probably 200-300 people there, right? Most of you were there. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate every one of you. When I spoke at that press conference, I didn't know really what I was going to say, but I know when I get to that moment, I will have the words that I need to say for that time. And I looked at the crowd, and I saw little children on both sides, on my left and on my right, carrying pictures, of which I have one here under my desk, but I didn't know the rules said I could. And I promised Joe that I would not bring it out, and I won't, because it does break the rules to do that. I apologize. But I was at the press conference, and I saw these children holding signs of aborted babies. Dear God, folks, look at those pictures, Arizona. Look at those pictures, America. If you can look at those pictures and you just think that is just tissue, you really need a checkup. You really need some help. And I looked at one of the pictures, and there was an aborted baby with his head crushed on his left side. His eyes were dilated, he was dead. I looked at that picture and I said, young man, I don't know who you are. I know you're in heaven today, but I'm going to speak for you. And today I speak for him. I get the politics of this nonsense. I get the politics of the donors and the Republicans and all that stuff. Why can't we show the nation that we are unified on pro-life? We will have the blessing of God over this state if we do that. We have a law in place, ARS 13-1105. It was brought to me by my friend Senator Borelli. Maybe I shouldn't say this because I'm sure Katie Hobbs probably wouldn't enforce this either, or Attorney General Mays, because they're very selective in the laws that they choose to enforce. A person commits first-degree murder if, Section 1, a person commits first-degree murder if intending or knowing that the person's conduct will cause death, including an unborn child. Section C, an offense under Section 8, Paragraph 1 of this section applies to an unborn child in the womb at any stage of development. That is for first-degree murder. Let's go to second-degree murder. ARS 1104. A person commits second-degree murder if there's an intentional death of another person. Oh my God. Including an unborn child, which tells me an unborn child is a person. And according to Senator Rogers, our Constitution guarantees the life of the individual. But here we are again, breaking the Constitution. Section B, an offense under this section applies to an unborn child in the womb at any stage of development. That must mean conception, which I firmly believe in 100%, and I will die on this hill. Life begins at conception, because I know I have to stand before God one day and give an account. And he's not going to ask me, did I win the next election? He's not going to ask me, did the big donors give you a nice check because you voted the way I want to, that they wanted me to. Let's go to manslaughter. A person commits manslaughter by doing any of the following. Number 5 says, knowingly or recklessly causing the death of an unborn child by any physical injury to the mother. And then Section C says, an offense under Section A, Paragraph 5 of this section applies to an unborn child in the womb. Most destructive place to be in America is in the womb. In the womb or at any stage of its development. That's current law, folks. Right here, look it up. But yet we are here also to take a current law, and which was again signed by a Democrat governor, voted on by a Democrat that's in this Senate chamber right now, voted in favor, and now because of our moral backslide, we are here jubilantly voting to repeal this. I said earlier, and I also want to say this to Arizonans and to you in the gallery. If you have had an abortion, my heart goes out to you. Because the lie is, oh, you can just have an abortion and move on. And I don't think that's true. I'm not a female, glad I'm not. There's only 2 genders, folks, male and female, right? But I do know, I come from a family of 13 brothers and sisters, and my mom was the most pro-life woman I've ever met. And my dad had to make a decision when my little brother was being born, the life of the mother or the life of my little brother. He chose the life of my mother. And my little brother John is buried in a cemetery in Wadena, Minnesota. He's in heaven today. But I do want to say, if you have had an abortion, there is forgiveness at the cross of Jesus Christ. And never forget that. You can be healed of that. Sin is sin. I said earlier that everything the Democrat Party touches turns to garbage. It's very evident by the current administration in our White House and in other areas of government, but mainly in our White House. In Arizona, you have Attorney General Mays picking and choosing which laws she wants to enforce. Give me a break. And her cohort, Katie Hobbs. Immigration, you see deaths, American deaths. No, silent. You see illegal aliens being given thousands of dollars while our veterans are not being taken care of. You see inflation. You see shrinkflation. You see what's happening on our universities. By the way, our universities were built for missionaries and pastors to train them to go into all the world and preach the gospel. That's where a lot of these universities were built. Just a little history lesson for the corrupt media. And then let's go to abortion. Just a few years ago, we were talking about partial birth abortion. We saw the pictures of a baby being pulled out of a womb, knife stabbed in the back of the neck, and the brain sucked out, and then the dead baby is delivered. You saw the Planned Parenthood videos of Project Veritas, and you saw the vehement destruction of the Planned Parenthood going after Project Veritas. But you saw the little petri dishes of little arms and little heads and little torsos. We just heard last week Maya Rodriguez, I believe her name is. I heard her spoke at a Mario Murillo event, telling me she was the one at Planned Parenthood for 18 years putting these little torsos and little skulls and little arms in garbage bags. I am just very sad that our Republican Party can't come together on this and can't work something out. We're pushing this bill through because we think it's going to win the next election, when I believe just the opposite. If we unified behind life, we would absolutely win this next election. Lastly, I want to say, yesterday we had a drag queen, we didn't, the Democrat Party did, drag queen show in the basement of our House of Representatives. Yesterday we had a drag queen show by the Democrat Party.
Point of order has been called. Senator Mendez, what is your point of order?
This drag story has nothing to do about abortion.
I'm explaining my vote, and I'll time.
Senator Kern, please speak to, make sure you're germane to the bill.
The germaneness is the insanity, again, of saying I'm pro-life and yet voting to repeal an abortion law. Yesterday we had the drag show, or the Democrat Party had the drag show in the Arizona House of Representatives. You see what's going across the nation. The voters are not dumb. They know what's going on. And the voters I talk to ask us to keep life as the number one thing. Again, righteousness exalts a nation. We, as Republicans, gave up on the marriage issue. What does the Bible say about marriage? Now we're being asked to give up on the life issue. And I'll guarantee you it'll be the pedophilia issue next, because that's already here, as was evidenced yesterday in the Arizona House of Representatives in the basement. It's coming. And the reason why all this is coming is because we have no moral foundation. We think we're going to do what's right. We think we need to win another election. When God says the shedding of innocent blood brings a curse, and it is something that he hates. The shedding of innocent blood. This is innocent blood. And the craziest thing I've seen and heard is that I'm pro-life, yet I'm going to vote to repeal the abortion ban. That is insanity to me. America, we are definitely in a downslide, as we all know. The Republican Party is not going to save us. We've tried that for 4 or 5 decades. The Democrat Party definitely is not going to save us. At least with the Republican Party, you have a little hope. And I think the next president of the United States, DJT, Donald J. Trump, will absolutely propel this nation back into greatness. But our only hope is Jesus Christ. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, turn from their wicked ways, then I will heal their land. And until we understand who we will give an account to, until we understand that, we're going to keep sliding down that hill to destruction. And once we lose America, which I believe the other party really hates this country, Because if you want to destroy a country, you're going to do everything the current administration is doing. And until we get back on our face before God and say, Lord, help us find our way back, I think when we do that, our country will turn. But until we go down this path and keep going down this path and keep believing the lies and keep believing the delusion, it's going to be a hard road up. And I'm not running for Congress. Well, I'm running for Congress to the senator that said that. But that was repulsive what she said, by the way. And we were going to call for impugning. But this is what I believe in. You know that. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in life. And I will never waver. I don't care if I win or lose. I know in the end I win. And with that, I absolutely vote no.
Senator Kern votes no. Senator Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Thank you. I'm actually not running for Congress and polling at 3%, so I'm going to keep my explanation short. I just want to clear something up about the messaging around that this law was signed in 1977 by a Democratic governor, but the reality is that in 1977 the entire criminal code, which is hundreds of pages long, was restructured and renumbered. The bill was over 100 pages long and 180 sections. The abortion ban was located on one single line, and it simply stated that it was renumbered from X to Y. We vote on hundreds of such technical changes each session. This session has been no different. And to cherry pick one item from nearly 50 years ago shows just how hard the people that are making this argument are grasping for straws. There is no defense for the territorial ban. So that's all that's left is this is a false narrative that this was signed in 1977 by a Democratic governor. Roe was in place in 1977, and the law in Arizona was enjoined and unenforceable. I could add so many more reasons why that narrative is false, but I'll leave it at that, and with that I vote aye.
Senator Hernandez votes aye. Senator Wadzak. And we need to get Senator Kern. Somebody grab Senator Kern. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Since the Arizona Supreme Court made their curiously timed ruling, I have been clear about my position and have made that even more clear with my vote. I am pro-life. I was elected as a pro-life candidate, and I will continue to vote to protect life. But at this point, I have to wonder, why are we even taking this vote to repeal a law that those in charge of enforcing it have stated that they will ignore it completely? What makes any of us believe that these same lawless people will enforce the restrictions on abortion? What they want is the Planned Parenthood plan. Abortion until birth. That is what those using the terms abortion care and reproductive freedom mean. They mean 9 months, and they need to own that. So in order to appease them, we are skipping this entire process as a bill that usually takes months to rush an appeal of the law that has last been signed by a Democrat governor and is still being deliberated in the court system. It's not anyone's fault that these people back then didn't read the bill. In fact, we just learned yesterday that our Attorney General, who refuses to enforce this law, is now seeking a stay on the ruling. Perhaps we can just change the rules in this chamber to let her write the law that she wants to enforce so that she doesn't have to go through all of that trouble. But I can give you a sneak peek of what she wants, and it is abortion up until birth. The media who has descended into our state from thousands of miles away is here to promote one cause and one cause only: abortion until birth, 9 months. I think they need to be a lot like Bill Maher and say it like it is. He rightly stated, those like me who are pro-life are not anti-woman. That's just made up. We do think that abortion, like Planned Parenthood, is desperately trying to legalize in this state up until 9 months, and it is murder. And those who are on the side of Planned Parenthood are just okay with that. Abortion until 9 months. And I appreciate Bill Maher's honesty. After listening to the many different types of pregnancies that one can have, I've had 3, and I have 2 children. The first one, I saw the beating heart of a little kidney bean on a sonogram. And I chose life. She's amazing. She's given me my first grandson. The second one I lost. It was a miscarriage. God chose when that heartbeat was going to stop. And then it took 10 years for me to have my second live birth. It is not my job as a state senator to determine when a child's heart stops beating, and with that I vote no.
Senator Watzak votes no. Senator Farnsworth. Senator Farnsworth, did you wish to explain your vote?
Mr. President, I wish to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Life begins at conception. And we have the responsibility to protect the most innocent in this world and the most vulnerable in this world, and that is children in the womb. Unborn children have a right to live. Abortion is murder. I remember when the decision of Roe v. Wade came down. And I remember thinking that it was because of corrupt lawyers and corrupt judges. The law is plain. They ruled wrongfully, and we have had to deal with that all these years. But I've been able to say in my heart that God would judge those people who ruled that way. Now we have a different situation. We cannot blame this on judges or lawyers. We stand here today to make a choice, as has been said. Do we choose life or do we choose death? No matter how this vote goes down today, we all need to be concerned about that vote in November. And I stand here to say that if America, because it's not happening just in Arizona but in other states, if America chooses death, then what right do we have to ask God to bless America? If we turn against our founding principles and say that we don't believe in the right for a child to be born, I'm going to share 2 very quick verses from the Bible. This is something that I have read many times and I never really understood it, but maybe I do now. It sounds like a warning. O Assyrian, this is in Isaiah chapter 10. O Assyrian, the rod of mine anger, I will send him against a hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge to take the spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like mire in the streets. If we choose death in this country, why should we be protected from other countries? There are countries across this world that would love to come in and take the good things that God has blessed us with. One more. Have we become so evil in this country? We cannot blame this on judges and lawyers anymore, because Arizonans, today we have the responsibility to choose between life or death on this floor. In November, the people of Arizona will have the right or the responsibility to choose between life or death. And God is watching, as has been said. And on Judgment Day, we will all stand before the Lord Jesus Christ. And we will confess that He is the Christ. The last comment in Genesis chapter 19. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from heaven. And He overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities. With that, Mr. President, I vote no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no. Senator Hoffman, how do you vote? Senator Mesnard, how do you vote? Senator Mesnard.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Mr. President, some of you have watched me down here as I have had the exciting experience to get married to the love of my life and to begin planning a family together. Some of you may remember that my firstborn was born on sine die. How many of you can say that? Wanted to share some of that experience with you all. My wife and I decided we wanted to expand from 2 to 3. We were excited, obviously, when we got the news that we were pregnant. Excited still to then go and see. And technology is an amazing thing, to be able to see our firstborn on a sonogram via an ultrasound, and then to hear her heart beating. That was quite an experience. I don't know that I can quite, some of you experienced this, so maybe you know, but I can't really quite put it into words. I don't know if you could all hear that, but that is the beating heart of my firstborn daughter when she was around the end of the first trimester. In that whole experience, I learned a few things. First, as joyous as the occasion was, pregnancy is tough. I didn't have to go through it. I just got to watch. So that was a blessing for me. But pregnancy is difficult. Morning sickness, you name it. I mean, it's a challenge. Your body changes. And that, having witnessed that firsthand, I mean, I can stand up and I can say pregnancy, as joyous as an occasion as it was for us, is difficult. I realize also that there are some out there who face unplanned pregnancies. And so their feelings on the matter may be different than mine, and yet the challenge will still be the same. They may be facing financial challenges as well. Candidly, I don't know that those of us in the pro-life community have done a great job standing up for women in that situation. I don't know that we have. I think we're improving. I think we can do better. I wanted to acknowledge that. And I want to support policies that help women, pregnant women, and I do think that's the right way to say it, by the way, pregnant women, in situations where they have challenges they're facing, and ways that we can come alongside them. Another thing I learned when listening to that beating heart is, in case there was any doubt, that was a living human being. And I had the privilege of being able to see it there in front of me and hear it there in front of me. But that casts all doubt aside in case I was thinking this was just a clump of cells, which I'm pretty sure that's what we all are actually, is a bunch of cells. There was a beating heart there, and I realized there are serious moral implications to the idea that we will just stop it, that we're going to stop the beating heart. When there's a beating heart, I think that matters. It used to be that the other folks on the other side of the aisle, their mantra was, abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. It wasn't so long ago that that was the mantra. But as I listen to what I hear from the vast majority of them, they seem to be running away from that. In fact, it almost more aligns more closely with Republicans today than the Democrats. And the thing they're running away from seemingly is the word rare. And I get why that word might make people uncomfortable. There are moral implications there. Why would we want something to be rare unless there's maybe some moral issue at stake, which again I became convinced was the case when I witnessed each of the pregnancies. We had 4, we lost 1, 3 kids today that are a blessing. I realize that talking about the moral implications of abortion makes some people uncomfortable or even angry. After all, if you can convince yourself that we're not talking about a living human being, or we can categorize them in some other way, devalue them in some other ways to remove the moral challenge this poses to those who want abortion on demand up until birth with no restrictions, it makes it a heck of a lot easier, doesn't it? When we can close our eyes to the little human being pictured on the sonogram, when we can plug our ears to the beating heart of an innocent little person, it does become easier. What really troubles me in the midst of all this, I hear the other side saying, well, this is just about a woman's choice, or maybe a person's choice now, but a woman's choice. And that comes across to me as disingenuous when then I see by their actions efforts to deliberately attack every other choice possible except for abortion. For instance, I have seen now this onslaught against pregnancy resource centers. Little mom and pop shops, most of them. I realize they're not the size of Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers. So maybe that makes them less appealing to some and easier targets. All they are doing is volunteering their time and their resources to help women in need. And it is true that they will encourage them to choose life. I've seen them attacked for that. for encouraging them to choose life. So it comes across as disingenuous to me that the other side really wants there to be a choice, to be honest, when I see situations like that. But what's even more troubling to me is the inability, or maybe the unwillingness, of those who do advocate radical abortion policies to talk about the other living being involved. Well, I will say that I don't know that my side has done a great job talking about the challenges that pregnant women face, especially if it's unplanned or they're facing financial challenges. I find it really disturbing that the other side bends over backwards to try to avoid any acknowledgement of a living being here. I've never once heard it from my friends on the other side of the aisle in this chamber. Not a single time. At least acknowledge it. You can say it has less value. I will disagree with you, but you can say that and sort of then rationalize why we should allow it all the way up until the moment of birth. But they can't even, I've heard people say, I'm not going to support this bill because it might be helping pregnant women, or it might be dealing with the fact that if you murder a pregnant woman, there are 2 lives there. They fight against all of that, and they will say, I don't want to do anything that advances the idea that the fetus is a person. That is unbelievably disturbing to me. At least confront the moral issue here rather than running away from it. And then, of course, when you do that, by the way, history is replete with examples where before you do morally dubious things to people, what is it you do? You label them, you redefine them, you remove their humanity and their value so that then it is more justifiable to do the thing. We can see it in this country where we defined people as property. We can see it overseas. You're not the right race, we're going to exterminate you, or the right religion. Lots of examples. So I get really troubled when we are trying to remove the humanity of the unborn in the womb, because that would seem to set us up to do some morally questionable things. And then I hear it glossed over as abortion is health care. It is the only health care I'm aware of that involves ending a human life, except for maybe physician-assisted suicide. And while I oppose that, at least that person had a choice, whereas those in the womb do not. Now, I can look at this law in the books, one I've never voted for, and I don't know that I would have voted for it in this way. I think it needs improvement. I mean, it lacks definitions. People have suggested that ectopic pregnancies or unviable pregnancies are implicated. For me, it should not be. That is not the same situation. Or other exceptions, it lacks those things. I would support a repeal and replace if that were an option. It's not. The choice before me here is whether to repeal it totally, leaving almost nothing in its place. I realize that the 15-week bill that those on the other side also voted against, but that means that 95% of abortions are still okay. We're saving 5% of the unborn, and while I think that is something, it leaves much to be desired. So I'm facing a binary choice here. But because I believe that when there's a second person in the equation, that person should be given greater consideration, because I believe that not only does life begin at conception, but that life is precious. And because I believe that if I vote yes, these will be fewer. These heart beatings will be fewer. I vote no.
Senator Mesnard votes no. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I explain my vote?
Proceed.
And I'm explaining my vote mostly to my constituents who deserve an explanation. Not that they would be surprised, because I have always campaigned as being pro-life, so those that have paid attention know that. I'm pro-life, and I'm not pro-life, as some might think, because I want to oppress women and take away their rights. Interestingly, I'm also not pro-life because I'm a Roman Catholic, although it's convenient to have your position in line with that of your church. I'm pro-life because at a very early age, in my teenage years, I saw pictures of developing fetuses. And it's quite obvious that they're little people. There's no way you can change that view if you look, especially as the months go by. So to me, they're human beings. And to me, abortion is killing them. So judge me on my belief that they are living human beings. But if you want to misjudge me, please misjudge me and call me somebody who wants to oppress women, because I would much rather be thought of as a male chauvinist than as a baby killer, because the latter is worse. With that, I vote no.
Senator Kavanaugh votes no. Senator Birch.
Mr. President, with my shortened microphone, I once again rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
We heard a lot of disinformation in this room today. I can rephrase. First, I want to explain that the graphic descriptions of abortion given here today do not bear any resemblance to the vast majority of abortions that are performed in this country.
Members in the
Abortions-
gallery.
abortions as they were described in this room
cannot
today
burst out. Senator Birch.
do
Members
not
in the
reflect the
gallery.
vast.
Hold on, Senator Birch. I understand your passion. When members are speaking on the floor, there is no outbursts in the gallery, please. Thank you. Senator Birch.
Certainly nothing at all like the procedures that I had. We're not really talking about what we're voting on here today. This is about the Civil War era ban that criminalizes doctors and make.
Point of order has been called. Senator Hoffman. Point
Thank
of
you,
order.
Mr. President. I don't know what district she's from, 9, I think.
9
the
it
senator
is.
from District 9 is not speaking to the bill. The bill deals with the repeal of the abortion ban. She's actually getting into the weeds on the ballot abortion measure.
I would like to be held to the same standard as everyone else who is. The lies being told about the language of that bill need to be addressed. The bill does not allow for abortion on demand through the 9th month of pregnancy. That is categorically false.
Point of order has been called. Senator Hoffman. Point
Thank
of
you,
order.
Mr. President. I don't know what district she's from, 9, I think.
9
the
it
senator
is.
from District 9 is not speaking to the bill. The bill deals with the repeal of the abortion ban. She's actually getting into the weeds on the ballot abortion measure.
I would like to be held to the same standard as everyone else who has explained their vote here today.
If she's speaking to abortion, it is germane to the bill. Please stick to the topic of abortion, the repeal on abortion.
Thank you. Then let me move on. Legislation that would be appropriate. Legislation that I think the public would like to support would have a viability clause, and any citizens initiative that was reflective of what the citizens have been asking for from the research, polling, and community engagement would have language to that
Senator
effect.
Birch, point of order has been called. Senator Hoffman, what is your point of order?
Thank you. Same point of order as before, Mr. President. She's talking about prospective legislation that has not been introduced and is certainly not on the board to be voted on today.
Senator Birch.
Whether or not what I'm saying actually is why I'm voting the way I'm voting. This is the reason that I'm voting this way, and I have a right, I'm elected, to stand here and explain my vote, and this is why I'm voting the way that I'm voting. It is germane to the bill. We are talking about abortion. It's already been a point of order on this issue, and I'm continuing to talk about abortion, which has already been ruled germane to this bill.
So the chair rules that we have had members speaking about abortion on both sides. As long as she pertains to abortion, she is germane. Proceed.
We also have to stop allowing people to suggest that there are abortion providers in this state or even in this country who provide elective abortions on demand for full-term pregnancy. This is false, and facts are facts. The majority of the people in this state believe that abortion is a decision that belongs to patients and providers. I appreciate the passionate religious convictions of members who have risen to announce their faith. I respect it. My beliefs are different from yours. I'm not afraid of the abortions that I had. I do not fear for my soul. They were the right decisions for me, and I don't have to follow your religion in this country. And this is not a belief that is consensus even among religious individuals. A very large portion of people who have abortions identify as Christian or Catholic. The trend towards legislating religious beliefs in this state is dangerous, and it should make everybody nervous, regardless of their faith. As to the concerns of those who felt that we have not followed process or proceedings here today, we have what should be a very balanced body. We are 16 Republicans and 14 Democrats. We all introduce bills. We all care about representing our constituents and making sure that voices are being heard in this body. Of the bills that made it to the governor's desk, 3 came from Senate Democrats. That's not a representative democracy. That's irresponsible representation, and that's what the leadership has chosen. If we don't want to be a representative democracy, and if we only want to allow some voices in the room.
Point of order. Senator Birch.
So I'm speaking specifically to this bill being here the way that it is.
Talking about procedure.
I'll wrap it right up. The reason that we're here right now, this bill has been up many times, and if we wanted to debate it, bring it to the committee. You have had the opportunity to bring our bills to committee over and over and over again. And if you refuse to hear our bills when they are popular with the public and when it's what the people of Arizona want, then we are going to use the tools and resources available to us to make sure that our constituents are being heard. It is their right. We cannot ignore the majority of Arizonans and only listen to voices that lean heavy into party politics because everyone else is going to be silenced in the process here.
Point of order. Senator Birch,
vote
how do you
yes.
vote? Senator Birch votes yes. Senator Shamp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
The members in this room, my constituents in LD 29, and the citizens in Arizona that have gotten to know Senator Janae Shamp, perioperative nurse manager, elected in 2022, is 100% pro-life. I wasn't going to speak today, but I cannot continue to hear misinformation be said and to not clarify. And that is, there is a very large difference between an abortion and a DNC, which is a dilation and curettage. And I'm here to tell you, as a woman who would never be in the operating room to perform an abortion, I have, unfortunately, witnessed the sadness of a dilation and a curettage. And I have been the nurse to hold the hand of the patient to go through this procedure. But a dilation and curettage, for what we call in the medical world as products of conception, is not the same thing as a pre-born living child. I can't stand to hear that misinformation continued. It is not the same. I also would like to clarify that this law, when it was put into effect, was to protect women. Because back in the day, women were sex trafficked. And when they got pregnant, they couldn't work. They couldn't earn money. for the people that held their papers. So therefore, I do not want to hear any more misinformation about where this actually came from. And finally, if abortions at 6, 7, 8, 9 months of gestation are not happening, then I call on all of the members to vote to ban it in the state of Arizona. I will not attack anyone for their beliefs, but I will not stand for misinformation, especially when it is medically aimed to distort. And with that, I vote no.
Senator Shamp votes no. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
You know, I have been tremendously blessed with a big family. I have a loving wife who many of you have met here in the gallery, and I have 5 incredible children, 14 to 5. Now, not all of those children were planned. But when we had the opportunity, when God gave us that life inside of my wife's womb, we chose to protect life. We chose to defend life. That doesn't mean it was easy. There were financial hardships. We didn't have a house that was big enough. There are always considerations and always factors that go into those decisions. But our job as humans, our job as people, is to defend and protect the most vulnerable, to defend and protect those who can't speak for themselves. You know, we have seen virtue signaling at its finest so far in this chamber. We have seen a total abandonment of the process, as was mentioned by a couple of other of my colleagues on the right. You know, had we not abandoned the process, like the amendment that was brought earlier, we could have ensured that there would have been mandatory reporting to law enforcement in situations of rape and incest, a tragic and heartbreaking and horrific experience that I wish on no one. But we could have done that. But unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle and 2 on my own side abandoned the process. We could have amended the bill to eliminate the disgusting practice of the D&E abortions, or the D&C abortions, except for those cases of miscarriages where a fetal heartbeat is no longer felt, where a fetal heartbeat no longer exists. But we didn't. We didn't do that because we abandoned the process. And I am disgusted at the fact that the political propaganda in this room, including from all of you in the media, continues to call this the territorial law, when you know full well that that is not the case. It's not even the same statutory reference number as the prior territorial law. Because the Democrats, with a Democrat majority in the Arizona Senate and a Democrat governor on the 9th floor, probably wasn't the 9th floor then, but they recodified this after extensive, multi-years long public input. They recodified this law. And they gave it a new number, 13-3603. It is misinformation to say that this is the territorial law, because this is the post-Roe law. This is the law that 4 years after Roe was decided, even Democrats in this state recognized that life is invaluable to us as a society, that life is worthy of protection. But that's not the case anymore today. And in fact, it was insinuated by Senator Hernandez that the Democrats in 1977 apparently weren't smart enough to read the law, that they didn't know how to read the law. And I'll tell you, that's an insult. It's an insult to the Democrats and the Republicans that served in these legislative chambers all those years ago. It's an insult just like when they say that minorities can't access an identification to vote. It's misinformation and it's propaganda. And that is what this debate has devolved into, unfortunately, by my colleagues across the aisle. And to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, you know, the senator from District 2, and I'm paraphrasing here, but claimed that countless women and teens are victims of sexual assault. Had we voted to amend the measure right here, we would have required mandatory reporting. We would have protected those people from the disgusting perpetrators of those crimes. But we weren't able to do that. And you know, with the very, very long 21-minute vote explanation by that same senator from District 2, she has confused the pro-life community. Now, I won't assume her motives. Maybe that was unintentional. But she has confused the pro-life community. Make no mistake, to everybody watching this and hearing my voice right now, and everyone who will hear it, she voted for abortions. She voted for 95% of all abortions continuing to exist. And what I find truly incredible is that even the leftist, Bill Maher, sees the cognitive dissonance and hypocrisy in that stance and in that logic. Bill Maher recently said, and I quote, "I don't understand the 15-week thing. I can respect the absolutist position. I really can. I scold the left when they say, oh, you know what? They just hate women. Those are people who are pro-choice. They don't hate women. They just made that up. They think it's murder, and it kind of is. I'm just okay with that. I am. There are 8 billion people in the world. I'm sorry, we won't miss you." That's my position on that. Even Bill Maher knows that it's murder. And any leftist who is honest with themselves on this topic, like Bill Maher, knows it's murder. Plain and simple. That's what this is. You know, our founding fathers, in the Declaration of Independence, they wrote these words: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." They are life. Life, I say again. And it wasn't as if the Declaration of Independence was the only time that they made that argument. In the 14th Amendment, in the Equal Protection Clause, and I'm reading just the excerpt that applies here, it says, "Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." Now, we've already heard from my colleague in District 27 that our criminal code codifies these preborn children as persons. So what we are doing here today is in plain letter violation of the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the 14th Amendment. But apparently, nobody cares about those archaic laws anymore. That's what we've heard today, is that they're archaic. Well, you know what? I don't take the Constitution, I don't take that as being archaic. The Equal Protection Clause in the Bill of Rights, that sure as hell doesn't seem archaic to me. It seems like it was divinely inspired. It seems like it was designed for a day just like this. So what are we actually doing here today? For all the knuckleheads in the media, let's go ahead and put it on record, okay? What are we doing today? Now, according to the Guttmaker Institute, no friend of the pro-life community, okay? The Guttmaker Institute is a pro-abortion research center. At 15 weeks, which is when this bill, right now it has 16 votes, so when this bill passes, at 15 weeks, 95% of abortions. In Arizona, that equals 12,350 approximate lives snuffed out. 8% of those abortions will be performed on teenagers. That's about 1,000. 57% of those will be young women in their 20s, about 6,500. 31% will be women in their 30s at 3,600. Now, 50% of those abortions will be performed on Hispanic minorities, 8% on black minorities, 58%. Please let that sink in. These are not my numbers. These are the pro-abortion crowd's numbers. 58%, 7,200 lives from those communities will be snuffed out if this bill passes. Now, 44% of the abortions allowed by this bill, according to Gutmaker again, 44% of those abortions will be surgical abortions. Now, you know, we talk about these, and again, the left propagandizes and conflates medical terminology with abortion terminology. But let's actually look at what one of these surgical abortions looks like. If you could see her baby, which is quite easy on an ultrasound, she would be as long as your hand plus a half from the top of her head to the bottom of her rump, not counting the legs. Your patient has been feeling her baby kick for the last month or more, but now she is asleep on an operating room table, and you are there to help her with her problem pregnancy. The first task is to remove the laminaria that had earlier been placed in the cervix to dilate it sufficiently to allow the procedure you are about to perform. With that accomplished, direct your attention to the surgical instruments arranged on a small table to your right. The first instrument you reach for is a 14 French suction catheter. It is clear plastic and about 9 inches long. It has a bore through the center, approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Picture yourself introducing this catheter through the cervix and instructing the circulating nurse to turn on the suction machine, which is connected through the clear plastic tubing to the catheter. What you will see is a pale yellow fluid that looks a lot like urine coming through the catheter into a glass bottle on the suction machine. This is the amniotic fluid that surrounded the baby to protect her. Now, with suction complete, look for your SOFR clamp. This instrument is about 13 inches long and made of stainless steel. At the business end are located jaws, about 2.5 inches long and about 3/4 on an inch wide, with rows of sharp, rigid teeth. This instrument is for grasping and crushing tissue. When it gets a hold of something, it does...
Senator Mendez, please rise to state your point of order.
First, stop talking about anything and is now just reading off a manual. This could be passed out to everybody and does not further any argument.
Okay, you're out of
He's
order.
being dilatory.
Okay.
He knows he's wasting time.
All right. Thank you for your... Okay. The ruling of the chair is that he is germane and he is not dilatory. In the Senate, we have the pleasure of speaking as long as we want.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Proceed.
This instrument is for grasping and crushing tissue. When it gets a hold of something, it does not let go. A second trimester D&E abortion is a blind procedure. The baby can be in any orientation or position inside the uterus. Picture yourself reaching in with the SOFR clamp and grasping anything you can. The uterus is thin and soft, so be careful not to perforate or puncture the walls. Once you have grasped something inside, squeeze on the clamp to set the jaws and pull hard, really hard. You feel something let go, and out pops a fully formed leg, about 6 inches long. Reach in again and grasp whatever you can. Set the jaw and pull really hard once again, and out pops an arm about the same length. Reach in again and again with that clamp and tear out the spine, the intestines, the heart, and the lungs. The toughest part of a D&E abortion is extracting the baby's head. The head of a baby at that size.
Senator Mendez. Senator Mendez, what's your motion?
You can't motion. We're in the middle of a vote.
What's your point of order?
I appeal your ruling.
Okay, I haven't made a ruling yet. What's
Your
your point of order?
previous ruling.
Okay, what's your point of order right now, sir?
That you both know that he's wasting time.
Okay, that's
If you
you're
could
out
get to
of
the
order.
just ask him to get to the point.
You're out of order, sir. You have to have a point of order. Proceed, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you. The head is now free floating inside the uterine cavity. You can be pretty sure you have hold of it if the sofa clamp is spread about as far as your fingers will allow. You will know you have it right when you crush down on the clamp and see white gelatinous material coming through the cervix. This was the baby's brains. You can then extract the skull pieces. Many times a little face will come out and stare back at you. Congratulations. You have just successfully performed a second trimester suction D&E abortion. You have just affirmed her right to choose. That was testimony given to the United States Congress by Dr. Levatino, a former pro-choice abortionist who realized that what he was doing was not health care. It was murder. And it is heartbreaking. As Senator Kern said, the Democrat Party policies today have sadly become the policies of death and destruction. As Senator Mesnard said, safe, legal, and rare used to be the mantra of the Democrats. But as you can see on the board, it is no longer the case. In fact, we don't have to look much farther than just partway across the country in New York, when just a few years ago, approximately 2016, I think it was, when they erupted in raucous applause at allowing partial birth abortions. So the misinformation that they don't happen, Democrats in the New York Assembly sure cheered loudly when they authorized it. That is a procedure even worse than the procedure I just described. Even more gut-wrenching and heartbreaking, because that is a fully formed baby that when it comes out of the womb, they stab it in the bottom of the spinal cord. They stab it right at the base of the skull to try and sever brain function. That is a completely viable baby. Friends, these policies are literally, and I don't mean that in the new dictionary form of figuratively, I mean they are literally destroying America. They are destroying American culture and American society and America's viability as a nation. You probably, or maybe you didn't, you maybe saw that recently the U.S. fertility rate fell to only 1.6 children per woman in 2023. That is the lowest it's been in American history. That is fewer children than in 1980. Now, to put that into perspective, in 1980, America had 100 million fewer people in it. And yet there were fewer children in 2023 than in 1980. We can go through any number of reasons for why this is. One, certainly of which, is the cultural Marxism that has permeated American governments, that has permeated the political class, the postmodernism, where we've completely abandoned objective truth and reality. We no longer believe as a society, I do, but as a society, we no longer believe that there is truth, that there is the truth. Society tries to tell us, well, it's your truth. That's not truth. That's opinion. The truth on this issue here today, on this issue up on the board, the truth, the only truth, is that this is allowing 12,350 murders to occur in Arizona every single year. The truth is that Katie Hobbs and Chris Mays have said they refuse to enforce the law that is on the books, that the Supreme Court has ruled is statutorily valid. Why? Because they don't like it. The truth is that we will have over 12,000 people die because of what's happening here. And that's not hyperbole. That's the numbers from the pro-abortion community. And I guess, like Bill Maher said, it's murder. They're just okay with that. So I vote no.
Senator Hoffman votes no. Senator Gowan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise
Proceed.
to explain my vote. Thank you, Mr. President, members. It's been a pretty bad day in my mind. I'm very saddened. I've been pro-life ever since I remember. Today makes me feel like when 9/11 hit. I have that feeling. I don't know if many of the other side who is voting yes on this don't understand that feeling in this arena for this. That's the way I believe a lot of us are feeling for this issue here. Because when you bring up territorial law and you say territorial law like it's, it's just old or antiquated law, as one of my colleagues spoke on that. I guess the Constitution most likely is, because it was created before the territorial law. But we still believe in the Constitution. We still believe that murder should be punished, theft should be punished. We still follow laws even from England, from English law. Are those not antiquated? First Amendment. I am so thankful I have the right to speak my mind as I wish and choose as an American citizen. I'm so grateful that within that we can assemble. I'm so grateful that I have the freedom to believe in my God and not be punished. My Christian faith, I am a Christian, proudly. Thank you, Lord Jesus. My faith directs me in the manner that I lead my life. And in this situation here, even as we talk about our faith and where it leads us, where it takes us, I'll speak to you scientifically. When the sperm hits the egg, that is a life. And we know this scientifically. From the preborn in the womb to birth to you and me right now. Is that not life? These babies are innocent. And it saddens me we're here today voting to take away the ability for them to live. I wear these proudly. I have feet on my lapel. That's a 10-week-old baby's feet in the womb. And we're preparing to go to 15, allowing 15 and before. This is 10 weeks. This baby could be aborted after this. That's why I'm sad today. You know, I look at this and I think about my two sons. When my wife was pregnant, was in the womb, 5th month. Doctors were saying, well, we don't know if it's going to make it. You may want to think about aborting. And that didn't even come to our mind as they said it. We said no. Same thing with my second child. My wife's womb was very thin and said she might not be able to carry him to term. You might think about that. And of course, we said no. Now, my two sons, 28-year-old David Jr., mining engineering degree, just took his LSAT. He'll be going into law. Wasn't viable at 5 months, yet here we are. My other son graduated high school early. Now he's in college. He's going into his senior year. That's life. That's my family's life. I feel for many others who are about to lose their lives. And I will pray that this nation will turn, that our Lord will turn our nation to the right again. It's a tough, sad situation we're in. With that, Mr. President, I vote no.
Senator Gowan votes no. Senator Carroll.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my vote, please.
Proceed.
You know, there's a lot of points made by my colleagues here with respect to this bill that's before us. And I will fall back to what Senator Shamp had brought up, and she keyed in on a really important aspect of things. Our responsibility in this body is to really understand the intent of the law and where it came from. Statements have been made that the territorial times were archaic. I would contend if that's their position, then they consider family archaic. And it kind of fits the mantra of what's going on today with the sex trafficking, the human trafficking, the child abuse, and the other things that are taking place today. And given the size of the population of our country, the size of the populations of the world, our open borders, all of these are impacting a situation that's just so ungodly. Also add to the fact that the medical industry seems to have disavowed their Hippocratic oath to save and protect lives. And to hear them speak as they do, as if this is just a business, a financial gain of some kind. And it's most unfortunate that we're at a place like this. So all I will say is, at this point, I will continue to fight for children's lives, born, unborn. I will continue to fight against the sex trafficking and the human trafficking that's taken place. And looking at the votes on this board, unfortunately, we're attacking the family as well. So I will proudly vote no and stand my ground for God, country, and children.
Senator Carroll votes no. Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote.
Proceed.
Listening to my colleagues, I really don't have a lot to add to your eloquent words, your hearts that you have shared. For those of you supporting life today. And I'm just sitting here reminded how far we've come from teaching how precious the sanctity of human life is. And we've got to get back to that. We have to teach it to our children, our grandchildren, and beyond. As has been mentioned, my vote reflects being a voice for the voiceless. And I agree with those who have said, Senator the senator from District 19. I'm grieving. I'm so sad today with him. And I vote no.
The whip votes no. Senator Bennett.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Proceed.
The choice that we have today, I think, was correctly described by Senator Mesnard. Stay with the 1864, 1977, whatever, or the 15-week. I'm voting no because I think 15 weeks is way too long. I think the law in the books presently leaves out some changes that would improve it, such as an exception for rape and incest with reporting, severe mental or severe fetal defects that would not allow the child to survive at birth. Our daughter is a labor and delivery nurse and has practiced for 18 years, 13 in Arizona, 5 in Utah. She usually works 3 or 4 days a week. And at the end of every shift, she calls either her mother or me or both to tell us how her day went. And that means that I've heard hundreds of stories, many of them joyous, and many of them so heart-wrenching, it's beyond my comprehension how she does what she does. And there are situations where parents have chosen to terminate a pregnancy for reasons that are not contained in our present law. And it's difficult to craft any law that takes account for every exception, but I can't go from where we're at right now to 15 weeks. Because long before that, and I give a lot of emphasis on when the heart starts beating and when the brain of that child is emitting waves. And that's long before 15 weeks. So that's a critical point to me. We can debate as pro-lifers or all of us when life begins. God knows that, but to me, it's long before 15 weeks. But I want to say that I respect the persons behind every one of the names on this board, whether you're green or red. I'm sure you're voting your conscience, and I will stand for that to the end. But I can't, if I have to choose between where Arizona is at right today or going to the 15 weeks, I choose where it's at right now, and I vote no.
Senator Bennett votes no. System's now closed. By your votes of 16 ayes, 14 nays, you have passed House Bill 2677. Okay. Messages from the House. The reader will read the message.
Mr. President, in compliance with Article 4, Part 2, Section 9, Constitution of Arizona, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that it accedes to the Senate request and grants consent to the Senate to adjourn the 56th Legislature second regular session after it has completed its labors Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, and accede to the request of the Senate and grant consent to the Senate at the discretion of the President to adjourn Wednesday, May 8th, 2024 or Thursday, May 9th, 2024 after it completed its labors until Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. Respectfully, Crystal Esperano, Chief Clerk.
Introduction and first reading of reference of bills.
HCR 2060 lawful presence, E-Verify program penalties.
Military Affairs, Public Safety, and Border Security, placed under second reading of bills. Okay, we have more work, a lot more work to be done. We are going to recess for about 30 minutes. Grab lunch. We'll see you back at just before 2 o'clock. Senate stands to recess.
do you want to come to the front a little bit just so it'll be easier for you to move? All right, are we ready to go? All right, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I am proud to be standing here with so many Democrats that have fought fearlessly, worked tirelessly to deliver a clean repeal for Arizonans. I want to thank Representative Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton, Senator Ana Hernandez, ADLCC co-chair Priya Sundaresan, House Minority Leader Oscar de los Santos, Senator Eva Birch, former legislator and reproductive health care champion Athena Salman, and the many organizations and advocates who have pushed for this moment, because it has been a long time coming. All of us up here know that it's been years in the making to repeal this ban, well before Arizona's extremist Supreme Court issued an 1864 decision a few weeks ago. We stand on the shoulders of giants that came before us and bravely shared their stories. And our message to Arizonans today is the following: the job is not done yet. This repeal only passed because of Democrats, and now we need to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. These MAGA Republicans have shown us exactly who they are over the last 22 days. They have lied about their long and detailed anti-abortion stances, and they will stop at nothing to take away our rights. Because of the years that they have spent undermining abortion rights up until now, Arizonans will have to live under the 1864 ban after June 27th, regardless of this repeal. And make no mistake, at the helm of it all is Donald Trump. Just a few weeks ago, Trump said that he was proudly the person responsible for overturning Roe v. Wade. In that same interview, he suggested that states should have a way to monitor pregnancies so that they can prosecute people who seek abortions. And he has not backed away from letting states pass bans across the country. Arizonans are going from ban to ban, again, all because of Trump, and MAGA Republicans' blind loyalty to his extremist agenda. Arizona Republicans have shown us that if they are reelected and if Donald Trump makes it back to the White House, we are in for a national ban. Arizonans who have an abortion would be prosecuted and punished. The government would be allowed to invade women's privacy to monitor their pregnancies, and they want to put IVF and contraception in jeopardy nationwide. Every day we live under these abortion bans, Trump and MAGA Republicans are putting the lives of millions of Arizonans at risk. The stake in this election cycle could not be higher, and the contrast between our two parties could not be clearer. President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Arizona Democrats are fighting for abortion rights. We are fighting to protect Arizonan values. The MAGA Republican Party is taking away our rights and is under sole control of Donald Trump. Our message as a party to anyone watching is this: if you care about protecting our rights, organize against these extremist Republicans, make calls against these extremist Republicans, and join us to help stop these extremists. Most importantly, vote against these extremist Republicans. Vote out David Schweikert and Juan Ciscomani. Vote out Matt Gress, Shauna Bullock, and TJ Shope. Defeat Carrie Lake again. And help us stop Donald Trump from returning to the White House. In the weeks since the Arizona Supreme Court's decision, I am proud to say that leaders like Senator Sundaresan, Representative Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton, and many more have worked around the clock to try to repeal this ban, because they know that the lives of so many Arizonans are dependent on it. They are our champions, and they are fighting for us. And all of Arizona and the entire country is watching. With that, I would like to introduce Representative Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton.
Thank you all for being here. Good afternoon. I am deeply grateful that the bill I introduced to repeal the 1864 ban has made it to the finish line. It was introduced at the beginning of the legislative session, and it got to the finish line because of the years of work from many Arizona Democrats. 22 days ago, when the Arizona Supreme Court took us back to 1864, the Democrats had a plan that they could implement immediately. Arizona Democrats championed legislation to repeal this ban while Donald Trump was packing the courts. We were sounding the alarm then on extreme Arizona Republicans from our legislature to Congress that were looking to strip away access to medication abortions, contraception, and essential medical services like IVF. And we have sounded the alarm for the past 22 days about extreme Arizona Republicans stalling the vote, lying about their records, and launching a plan to confuse voters and limit access to abortion and reproductive rights. Republicans here in Arizona are complicit in this ban. And in a nationwide attempt to ban access to the range of reproductive health care, from contraceptions to abortion to IVF, they don't plan to stop until our rights are gone. For the sake of Arizona families, we cannot let them hold on to power for one more year. We must flip the state legislature and restore access to reproductive freedom once and for all. It's not right that Arizonans need to brace themselves every few years in hopes that their fundamental rights and freedoms won't change. And this fact is clear. If Democrats had the majority, this ban would have been repealed on day 1, not day 22. Abortion is on the ballot this year, from the ballot initiative to the presidency, and most importantly, in our state legislature. Both the Arizona House and Senate have a 1-seat deficit in each chamber, and flipping just 2 seats will stop the attacks on reproductive freedom. And flipping 2 more seats puts us in the majority where we drive the agenda. Let's make this the last year that abortion rights are put in jeopardy. We can work together to ensure Republicans like Representative Gretz do not have the power to play politics with our bodies. And I would like to introduce Senator Ana Hernandez, who did such a fabulous and marvelous job carrying the torch over in the Senate.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm so thankful today to be, to join Representative Stephanie Stahl Hamilton, that has been tirelessly being an advocate for us day in and day out, with former Representative Athena Salmon, that has did her part, while she was here to get us to this point. And of course, with Chairwoman Bejarano, that is leading us in such a great direction. I want to be very clear. Trump was not the only one packing the courts. Ducey also packed the courts. So just like the United States Supreme Court is Trump's court, that he is so proud that he takes credit for overturning Roe v. Wade, Ducey should be credited with the Arizona State Supreme Court that let the 1864 territorial ban stand. And today is a first step that we were able to deliver a clean repeal for the people of Arizona that will save lives. But this is just the first step, and we have so much work to do. I want to be clear with the people of Arizona. If we do not have our rights protected in the Constitution, we do not have rights. And as we heard on the Senate floor today, they will still continue to look for every path and every avenue to prevent us from accessing the care that we deserve. They will look for every path to make sure that the people and the families cannot make the choice that best suits themselves when it comes to reproductive health care and abortion access. There is nothing greater to them than protect restrictions and have a full-on abortion ban. Our work started today to repeal this. It is across the finish line, but the work is not done, y'all. In November, we have to pass that ballot initiative. We have to ensure that our rights are protected in the Arizona Constitution. And we have to ensure that we start taking out those judges that Doug Ducey stacked the court with. That will follow along with the Republican leaders that are so unhinged and so out of touch with what the everyday person needs. So I'm so thankful for what we were able to accomplish here today, but it is of the most urgency that we make sure that we deliver this ballot initiative in November, and that we win and we put the choice of how and when we grow a family back into the hands of the everyday Arizonans. Let's get politicians like our MAGA Republicans out of those decisions.
Yes.
That is the only way we will move forward. So with that, I will like to bring up Representative Stephanie, she already came up. Former representative, once a representative, always a representative to me. So Representative Athena Salman. Yes. That is one of the giants on the shoulders that we stand on, and will continue leading us in this moment.
First of all, thank you. Thank you. Thank all of you. We are here today because the Democratic caucus in the House and Senate have remained steadfast and firm to get this repeal done. I'm Athena Salman. I'm here as the Director of Arizona Campaigns for Reproductive Freedom for All. Through efforts from our reproductive freedom champions in the state legislature, they sent a bill repealing one of the most dangerous and extreme abortion bans in the country to the governor's desk. We're grateful to our champions in the state legislature who refused to back down in the face of this fight. Now Governor Hobbs will sign this repeal into law, demonstrating clear intent that no person should ever have to face the consequences of this extreme and cruel abortion ban. While today's passing of this repeal is a step towards reproductive freedom, this fight is far from over. We know that Arizona Republicans, along with Donald Trump, want to ban abortion in Arizona and nationwide. We even heard some of those Republicans on the floor say that this was a great law and a great thing to do. Just this week in Time magazine, Donald Trump endorsed prosecuting women who have abortion and monitoring their pregnancies. These latest comments are just the most recent in Trump's legacy of attacks on reproductive freedoms. These extremists do not care about health and well-being of people they are supposed to represent. That is 9 out of 10 Arizonans who support the legal right to abortion. That is who we all represent. When Trump orchestrated the end of Roe v. Wade, and when Doug Ducey packed the courts with the confirmation and approval of every Republican legislator, Republican politicians worked overtime to block access to abortion care nationwide and in Arizona. Already, 21 states, including Arizona, have eliminated or restricted access because of bans. We are ready to elect reproductive freedom champions up and down the ticket, pass the ballot initiative in Arizona, and ensure the federal right to abortion for everybody so everyone can have the care that they need. It's now important more than ever before that we hold these extremists accountable. We believe that a patient's health should always come first, and that everybody should have the freedom to access life-saving medical care they need, free from political interference. We are taking our anger and frustration straight to the ballot box this November and voting for reproductive freedom for all. And first and foremost, that includes flipping the Arizona House and flipping the Arizona Senate so we can protect abortion rights in the future, and adding the constitutional amendment so political interference can't happen again. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you again. There are no words. Thank you so much for all the work that it took to bring us here.
And we're going to keep it snappy. We're going to go left to right. Anyone over here? No? Anyone in the middle here? Go ahead, Alex.
Is there any concern about potential delay of the end of the legislative session? And do you want to me about what the plan is potentially coming back after the Republicans?
Yeah, so let's set the timeline straight. On April 8th, the Supreme Court that was packed by the Republicans brought back and tried to reinstate this draconian abortion ban from 1864. In less than a month's time, with the legislature only meeting once a week, they have now repealed that law. They have demonstrated clear intent that no Arizonan deserves to live under this cruel ban. And I am going to again remind people, 9 out of 10 Arizonans believe in the legal right to abortion. So what this means, 90 days after sine die, the law will come into effect. But we see reproductive freedom champions in the executive level with Governor Hobbs and Attorney General Mays, who are working overtime to go back to the courts and continue to argue that this law should not go into effect. We already see that the effective date has been pushed back to June 27th, but that is where the fight stands now. And more importantly, the fight continues to go in the ballot box in November, because once we have this enshrined, this right to abortion enshrined in the Constitution, that will supersede whatever law the legislature passes.
You know, that's an interesting question, because there's a lot of, and as we know, it's hot in Arizona and there's a lot of flip-flopping around at all times. So who's to say, right? Like, they may have the votes, they may not. It's going to be hard. But what we do know is that they're going to try something, right? I don't see why they wouldn't push through some competing ballot initiatives just to confuse the voters. But I think that that's where we are in front of this. We have continuously stated the accurate message. We're not lying about things over here on this side of the aisle. So, you know, we got our work cut out for us. We're going to continue to push back on that and make sure that any motions that they bring to the floor, we are addressing that with factual statements. One more piece to that. One other follow-up piece in addition to the senator's remark. It's clear that they don't have a plan. All they do is have a scam. And at the end of the day, and we're making this very clear to the voters, the only thing to protect abortion rights in the propositions this fall will be the citizen-led initiative. That is the only thing that protects abortion rights. Anything that comes out of the legislature to the ballot regarding abortion is a scam in order to try to suppress voter turnout and confuse them.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think as we have been watching abortion restrictions roll out across the United States, we also have been very inspired by the states who've gone before us to go ahead and take this issue to the people in their state. And I think Arizona knew this was coming. We had a plan. I can't imagine that some of our other states didn't know. And so I would say, you know, keep going, do what you need to do to continue to fight for reproductive freedom, for abortion care. I never thought that I would live in a country where so many freedoms were being stripped away. That's not the country I grew up in. It's not the state I grew up in. And right now, my 17-year-old daughter has fewer reproductive freedoms than her great-grandmother did in 1940 in the state of Texas. We just need to show up, and we need to let the will of the people, let the will of the people be made known, and that happens in the ballot boxes, it happens in our state legislatures, it happens in the courts. Keep pressing. You know, there's more of us, more of the people on the ground than there are the people making the rules. Use your flex.
And can I just add one thing? And I would just add, you know, this is all part of Donald Trump's agenda to take away our rights. We would not be here if it wasn't for Donald Trump, you know, overturning Roe v. Wade. He wants to let the states decide. That's why we're here. And the only reason this repeal happened is because of our Democrats. the Democrats in Arizona that fought so hard for so many years to repeal this. So there's a very, very clear distinction between what Democrats are doing to protect our rights and what Republicans are doing to strip away our rights.
Yes, yes, that's it. Right there. Yeah, thank you for that question. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little overwhelming. My sister's a nurse. She's a registered nurse, labor and delivery, and she works nights. And this morning when she got home from work, she texts me and she's like, hey, I'm gonna go to sleep. When I wake up, I hope that you are part of Arizona history. And as we were walking out of that chamber, it kind of hit that we are standing in a moment of Arizona history. That the Democrats are here and ready to lead, and that we are continuously showing that we are ready to be the majority in the state of Arizona because we have policy that will let people thrive in their lives and actually live. And I think that sets us apart, and those are the emotions that I think are running through me right now, that when I committed to do this job, I committed to fight for the people that's voice wasn't heard. And I'm doing that, and my colleagues are doing that, and the Democratic caucuses are doing that, and we're gonna continue to do that. And I just want the people of Arizona to know that we are gonna continue to fight for them, to deliver the policy and solutions that will make their life better.
I have a really quick message to the Republicans. You said the Democrats didn't stop, but then you have needed the most for the Republicans to split from their party view and split from their party vote. What do you want to say to those that made that decision?
I would say that thank you for listening to your constituents, because the majority of Arizona agrees that this ban should not remain in place. And we are here to represent our entire districts, not just the ones that we agree with. And I think that they showed that they are listening to their constituents. And so this is why it matters that everybody gets engaged, reaches out to their legislators to make sure that they know where they stand. And my phone has been ringing, my email does not stop, from my constituents that wanted me to vote for this. So I'm glad that they stepped up and did the right thing and listened to the constituents of Arizona.
I have time for literally that last one. Okay, my last question is, because I've heard some concern by you and earlier Senator Birch was sorry, there would seem to be a concern that the repeal wouldn't take effect before, you know, the end of the ban. So, how does that work time-wise? I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, okay, I will clarify the timeline. So April 8th, the Supreme Court ruled in a 4-2 decision that the 1864 ban could take effect and Arizona would go into a complete abortion ban status. There's a delayed effective date of 14 days from that decision, plus there is a separate lawsuit that adds another 45 days, so that's where the initial date of June 7th came in. We have a very, very strong Attorney General who filed a motion in court last week on April 23rd to have asked the court to reconsider their decision. And then the court on Friday said, no, we're not going to reconsider our position, but that delayed the effective date to June 27th. So now we are on an effective date of June 27th. The rapid nature in which the legislature repealed this ban, again, less than a month when the Supreme Court announced that they intended to bring this back, the legislature showed the intent that no Arizona deserves to live under this cruel ban. Now it is up to lawyers in the Attorney General office and in our partner organizations to argue in court and continue to file motions to delay the effective date. So that is where we're at timeline, June 27th, but please continue to monitor the communications out of the Attorney General's office and our partner organizations to see if they are successful to continue delay the effective date. I don't know when legislative session is to end. And quite frankly, to your question about these Republicans, The fact that this didn't happen on the opening day is the very nature of those Republicans letting this ban and other bans remain on the books. Okay?
Take effect. So what happened today?
We actually have to go. They have to go 10-minute bell ring.
10-minute bell ring. So we can talk more. Thank you so much.
I don't cover it.
So 90 days after something decided that there is no end date to the session. And then 90
What's that? We ready to go? Senate will come to order. Messages from the House. Without objection, messages from the House listed on the counter will not be read. The message will be entered in the journal. Bills be placed under introduction and first reading of bills. Messages from the House. Without objection, messages from the House listed on the counter will not be read. Message will be entered into the journal. Secretary is instructed to transmit House Bill 2677 to the House. Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve to the Committee of the Whole consideration bills on the calendar.
Heard that motion. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. As ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. I'd like to ask Senator Carroll to take the chair. Oops, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, Committee of the Whole is called to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
On the calendar be read by number title only.
Without objection, so ordered. Clerk will read the first bill on the calendar, please.
HB 2243, enacted amending sections 41, 619.55, 41, 1750, 41, 1758, 41, 1758.3, 41, 1758.07, Arizona Revised Statutes relating to fingerprinting. The committee rules recommends that the following bills are proper for consideration. HB 2243, Warren Peterson, Chairman. Mr. President, your Committee on Military Affairs, Public Safety, and Border Security, having had under consideration HB 2243 relating to fingerprinting, criminal history, record checks, submits the following report. Your committee recommends that the bill do pass. Signed, David Gowan, Chairman.
Very good. Senator Gowan, go ahead and move the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Committee of the Whole rise reports recommends House Bill 2243 with the due pass recommendation.
Very good. Clerk will read the Peterson floor amendment, please.
Peterson floor amendment. I move the following amendment to HB 2243, whereas the House and Gross Bills. See attached. Signed, Warren Peterson, Chairman.
Senator Peterson, adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move that the Peterson floor amendment be adopted.
Very good. Explanation, sir?
Yes, sir. This is language that is supported by DPS, and they helped us put together that is consistent with other areas of the law where to help people make sure they can get their jobs while they're working through the fingerprint clearance process.
Very good. All right. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Members, question before you, the adoption of the Peterson floor amendment to House Bill 2243. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Senator Gowan, bill is amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Committee of the Whole rise reports recommends House Bill 2243 as amended do pass.
Very good. Any discussion? Seeing none. Members, question before you, House Bill 2243 as amended, receive a do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Next bill on the calendar, please.
HB 2310, an act amending Section 13-1407 Arizona Revised Statutes, amending Title 13, Chapter 14 Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Section 13-1430 relating to sexual offenses. The committee rules recommends that the following bills are brought for consideration. HB 2310, Warren Peterson, Chairman. Mr. President, your Committee on Judiciary, having had under consideration HB 2310 relating to grooming classification, recommends that the bill be amended as follows. Reference to House of Gross Bill and also amended your committee recommends the bill do pass. Signed, Anthony Kern, Chairman.
Very good. Senator Rogers, go ahead and move the bill.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it recommends that